Chapter 23-28. A puny radiant Saint Master with a one-colored soul core actually dared to go against the candidate in public. Many people secretly admired him for his boldness, and many people began to view him in a new light. However, there were also people who took pleasure in Jianshan's misfortune. They all believed that his days were numbered after offending the candidate. "Chongyang, you're very good. I've remembered everything you've said." Jianshan's face was terrifyingly sunken as he stressed every single word. Killing intent filled his eyes. "Senior Yen Shui, Jianshan colluded with Wenqing and used the battle to slander me in an attempt to obtain the 1,000-leaf lotus from the Lord of the Sky-Gazing Peak. As for the right and wrong of this matter, I'm afraid that other than the Sky-Gazing Peak Master, no one else can produce strong evidence to prove this matter and prove my innocence. With my status, meeting the Peak Lord of the Sky-Gazing Peak is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. As a result, I'd like to ask Senior Yenshue to make a trip for me and verify with the Peak Lord of the Sky-Gazing Peak. Afterwards, I'll announce the results to everyone so that everyone can see whether the reward I received from defeating Wenqing in the ring was really due to Gongjing Xian's help," Jianshan said to Donglin Yenshue. His indifferent voice rang out without any restraint. Donglin Yenshue giggled. She glanced at Jianshan deeply and said, "It looks like I'll obviously help you prove your innocence for the sake of the 1,000-leaf lotus." "Good. Very good." Jianshan's face paled in the air. He glared at Jianshan through gritted teeth before turning around and leaving. He knew that with Donglin Yenshue standing on Jianshan's side, there was nothing he could do to Jianshan. Moreover, Jianshan did not seem to revere him as much as the other disciples, so there was no point in staying any longer. Once Gongjing Xian left, Wenqing and the black-clothed man, who had seen the situation clearly, would naturally not stay behind. They left the soaring clouds peak in dejection without a word. At the same time, Xian Bin stood with his hands behind his back on a mountain peak in the distance. He observed the situation on the soaring clouds peak from afar. "I never thought that Chongyang would actually give the 1,000-leaf lotus to Donglin Yenshue. Since the 1,000-leaf lotus has ended up in Donglin Yenshue's hands, it's basically impossible to take it back. But that's fine too. Donglin Yenshue is the weakest. Even if she obtains the 1,000-leaf lotus, it won't give her a great advantage in the competition for the position of chosen saint. As long as Jianshan, Unda, and Shurda don't obtain it, it won't affect her too much," Xian Bin murmured to himself. Xian Bin muttered to himself. He was rather satisfied with this result. Soon after, he left on Saint Light. Now that the matter of the 1,000-leaf lotus had come to an end, the radiant Saint Masters from the various mountains all extended invitations to Donglin Yenshue again. For a moment, the soaring clouds peak bustled with activity again. However, Donglin Yenshue declined all of their warm invitations without any hesitation. After an entire incense stick's worth of time, the radiant Saint Masters gathered on the soaring clouds peak all returned to their respective mountains. The noisy soaring clouds peak finally returned to its usual peace. "Senior Chongyang, when did you get to know Senior Yenshue? Why haven't I heard you mention her before?" As soon as the soaring clouds peak fell silent, Bai Yu arrived beside Jianshan. She pulled on Jianshan's arm intimately. Zhuofeng, on the other hand, stood silently in the distance with a sunken face. He glanced past Donglin Yenshue and Jianshan as flames of jealousy burned in the depths of his eyes. God damn it! How did Senior Yenshue get to know Chongyang? How did the two of them get to know each other? Zhuofeng thought to himself secretly through gritted teeth. He admired Bai Yu, while Donglin Yen had already become a goddess in his heart. She was an existence that he could only look up to and not approach. However, Donglin Yenshue, the goddess in his heart, whom he could only look up to, was actually acquainted with Jianshan. Moreover, she had even spoken up for Jianshan regardless of the consequences of offending Gongjing Xian, which made Zhuofeng feel very uncomfortable. "Junior sister, I'll explain this to you in the future. I have something to discuss with Senior Yan Shui right now, so you can go back first, Jianchen said to Bai Yu. Bai Yu immediately wrinkled her nose unhappily. She snorted gently, Senior brother, you still have to pass on your comprehension of the laws of the hallowed to me, and you have to teach me how to use the radiant palm. Alright. I'll definitely teach you in the future. It's just that I really have something to do right now, Jianchen smiled. Jianchen smiled. He had truly accepted Bai Yu in his heart, treating her as his junior sister. He cared for her in every possible way. Senior Changyang, that's what you said. I'll come find you tomorrow. You have to teach me everything you know. Bai Yu glanced at Donglin Yan Shui before leaving by herself. Zhuofeng naturally did not need Jianchen's reminder. After Bai Yu left, he glanced at Donglin Yan Shui, who had no intentions of leaving, with mixed feelings. He walked far away by himself with mixed feelings. However, he did not go too far away. Instead, he stopped far enough away from Jianchen's dwelling and secretly observed the situation in Jianchen's dwelling. To be more precise, he was paying attention to the relationship between Donglin Yan Shui and Jianchen. Changyang, it looks like this senior of yours is quite concerned about you, Donglin Yan Shui said mysteriously. Clearly, she had sensed Zhuofeng's secret observation as well. Jianchen shook his head with a bitter smile. He did not explain and said, Tell me, why have you come all the way from the Myriad Flowers Peak? Donglin Yan Shui glanced at Jianchen deeply and said, It's said that you have some accomplishments in the usage and control of Radiant Saint Force. I've come to find you this time for this. You want me to pass on the usage of Radiant Saint Force to you? Jianchen looked at Donglin Yan Shui in surprise. Donglin Yan Shui shook her head gently and corrected him. I'm not passing it on. I'm exchanging it with you. Jianchen nodded in understanding. He smiled. Not everyone can learn my method. It'll probably be very difficult for you to gain anything from me. If even you can do it with a one-colored soul core, why can't I do it with a four-colored soul core? Donglin Yan Shui declined to comment. Alright, I agree. However, before that, I need you to visit the sky-gazing peak for me and obtain some evidence regarding the thousand-leaf lotus from the Lord of the Sky-gazing peak. I think the Lord of the Sky-gazing peak will show you some respect with your identity as the candidate. Donglin Yan Shui was surprised when she heard that. She stared at Jianchen seriously and asked, Are you serious? Of course I'm serious. Jianchen has targeted me time and time again. If I don't fight back, people will think I'm easy to bully. This time, once I obtain the evidence, I will make Jianchen lose all face. Jianchen's face sank as a vicious gleam of light flashed through his eyes. Donglin Yan Shui's face froze. She stared at Jianchen's ordinary face seriously, as if she had just met Jianchen. A while later, Donglin Yan Shui nodded solemnly and said sternly, All right, I'll go to the sky-gazing peak right now. However, I hope you can consider the consequences of doing this carefully. Jianchen's background is not as simple as Wencheng's. With that, Donglin Yan Shui directly made her way to the sky-gazing peak. Chapter 23-29. Very soon, Donglin Yan Shui returned. She returned to the soaring clouds peak with a crystal that recorded her conversation with the Lord of the Sky-gazing peak. Take it. I brought it back for you. Donglin Yan Shui passed the crystal to Jianchen and continued, It looks like even the Lord of the Sky-gazing peak can't accept some of Jianchen's actions. When I asked the Lord of the Sky-gazing peak about the thousand-leaf lotus, he clearly knew that I was secretly recording it, but he did not stop me. As a result, the evidence to prove your innocence came extremely easily. Jianchen accepted the crystal and immediately sent the senses of his soul into it. The figures of Donglin Yan Shui and the Lord of the Sky-gazing peak immediately appeared before his eyes. Jianchen even heard their conversation clearly. The disciple of the soaring clouds peak, Changyang, only had a one-colored soul core, but his usage of Radiant Saint Force left even me sighing in amazement. After he defeated Wencheng, who was much more powerful than him, I decided to bestow the 1,000-leaf lotus to Chongyang on a whim. Peak Master, could it be that the 1,000-leaf lotus isn't a reward for the victors? Of course not. Bestowing the 1,000-leaf lotus to Chongyang was just a whim on a whim. With just a few words, the Lord of the Sky Gazing Peak completely disconnected the matter of the 1,000-leaf lotus from Jianshan. Jianshan withdrew the senses of his soul from the crystal. He gripped the crystal tightly as his lips gradually curled into a sneer. He wanted to see what Jianshan had to say once the contents of the crystal were revealed to everyone. Jianshan, this time I'll definitely embarrass you, Jianshan thought. I've already taken care of your matter. Now, shouldn't you consider my matter? Donglin Yanxue said. Jianshan nodded. With a flip of his hand, the crystal that recorded his innocence vanished. He glanced at where Zhuofeng was hiding very casually before inviting Donglin Yanxue in. He directly made his way to his dwelling. Donglin Yanxue immediately became stunned when she saw Jianshan enter his dwelling. The light in her eyes flickered as she hesitated. However, in the end, she still made up her mind and entered Jianshan's dwelling. Senior Yanxue has actually entered Chongyang's dwelling. How is that possible? Zhuofeng's face was filled with shock when he saw this clearly from afar. The flames of jealousy in his eyes were almost about to burst. Just what's so good about Chongyang? First it was Junior Baiyu, and now it's Senior Yanxue. In particular, Senior Yanxue is a resplendent pearl of the Radiant Saint Hall. God damn it. Zhuofeng's face twisted. Baiyu was not a big deal, but Donglin Yanxue was a goddess to him. She was sacred and inviolable. However, the goddess in his heart did not care at all, entering Jianshan's dwelling. Zhuofeng was utterly furious. At that moment, Zhuofeng was tempted to become Jianshan. At this moment, Jianshan and Donglin Yanxue sat before each other in the simple dwelling that belonged to Jianshan. A ball of milky white radiant saint force shone with a gentle white light in Jianshan's hand. It constantly leapt about on his fingertips like a lively elf. Radiant saint force is like my arm, my body, or even a part of my soul. As long as it exists in the world, I can establish a wondrous connection with it and control it. I can make it change according to my will. Watch closely. Jianshan was focused and serious. The radiant saint force seemed to be alive in his hand, constantly changing into various forms and moving according to his will. With a single thought, it would turn into a radiant sword, and in the next moment, it would turn into a radiant shield. There were no gaps at all. It was as if his control over radiant saint force was truly limitless. Donglin Yanxue was completely focused on watching Jianshan's actions. She would close her eyes to comprehend the radiant saint force from time to time, and she would control the radiant saint force from time to time, experimenting with various things. In the end, Donglin Yanxue had to admit that her cultivation was indeed much greater than Jianshan's, but she was nowhere near as good as him when it came to controlling and using radiant saint force in a miraculous manner. As a matter of fact, Donglin Yanxue failed to gain a foothold even after many attempts. However, Donglin Yanxue did not become dejected at all. She was not afraid of failure. She constantly tried and tested, and in the end, she slowly discovered a new way of using Radiant Saint Force through her own talent. Although her method of using Radiant Saint Force was nowhere close to Jianshan's, it allowed her usage of Radiant Saint Force to reach a whole new level. Donglin Yanxue seemed to be intoxicated. She was completely submerged in the process, forgetting about time. She would frequently test Jianshan, exchanging experiences and making up for her flaws. Gradually, her method of controlling Radiant Saint Force became more and more perfect. Jianshan benefited quite a lot from Donglin Yanxue as well. Through the tests and interactions with Donglin Yanxue, he managed to touch upon an even higher level of the laws of the hallowed. At the same time, he gained a vague understanding of the four-colored soul core through Donglin Yanxue. It could be said that Donglin Yen Shui was not the only one who benefited from the exchange this time. The two of them had benefited as well. Unknowingly, half a month had already passed since Donglin Yen Shui had entered Jianqin's dwelling. During this half a month, rumors about Chang Yang and Donglin Yen Shui spread through the Radiant Saint Hall. Everyone knew about it. First, it was the inside story of Chang Yang defeating a three-colored soul core with a one-colored soul core, as well as the fake agreement between him and Jianqin. Under the propaganda of some people, it spread across the mountains, causing many disciples to feel disdain. But very soon, the matter was suppressed as Donglin Yen Shui stayed in Chang Yang's dwelling for a while. Many Radiant Saint Masters in the Radiant Saint Hall guessed at the relationship between Donglin Yen Shui and Chang Yang enthusiastically. For a time, rumors sprang up everywhere. At the same time, many of the Radiant Saint Masters who admired Donglin Yen Shui were angered. All of them gathered on the Soaring Clouds Peak, forcing the Lord of the Soaring Clouds Peak, Han Xian, to personally come out and seal off the Soaring Clouds Peak, forbidding anyone from entering. Many of the Radiant Saint Masters were disciples of elders, descendants of elders, and so on. All of them worked together to pressure Han Xian, causing him to face great pressure as well. Only when Donglin Qiushui, the lord of one of the 99 main peaks, arrived did the Radiant Saint Masters with impressive statuses settle down. Half a month later, Donglin Yen Shui finally emerged from Jianqin's dwelling. However, as soon as she emerged, Donglin Yen Shui became stunned. Her face was filled with shock. The protective formation of the Soaring Clouds Peak had already been activated. All the Radiant Saint Masters gathered in the sky, blocked by the formation. Near Jianqin's dwelling, the Lord of the Soaring Clouds Peak, Han Xian, and the Lord of the Myriad Flowers Peak, Donglin Qiushui, stood side by side. They both stared at Donglin Yenshui. "Auntie, why have you come?" Donglin Yenshui could tell with a single glance that Donglin Qiushui had been waiting here for a long time. When she thought about how she had spent half a month in Chang Yang's dwelling, Donglin Yenshui immediately became rather unnatural. "Girl, why don't you pay attention to your surroundings? If I hadn't come, would you have been able to cultivate here peacefully for half a month?" Donglin Qiushui glared at Donglin Yen Shui and scolded her. "But I must say that you haven't come for nothing. Although Chang Yang's strength is nothing special, his understanding of Radiant Saint Force is quite unique. You've benefited quite a lot from your interaction with him," continued Donglin Qiushui. "Auntie, you already know?" Chapter 2330. Donglin Qiushui personally left with Donglin Yen Shui. None of the Radiant Saint Masters gathered outside the Soaring Clouds Peak dared to stop them. As a matter of fact, many of them even looked at Donglin Qiushui in fear. However, these Radiant Saint Masters showed no fear at all when they faced the Soaring Clouds Peak. After Donglin Qiushui and Donglin Yen Shui left, many Radiant Saint Masters immediately looked at Jianqin. Their eyes were filled with coldness, and they were hostile. "Chang Yang, it's best if you maintain some distance from Donglin Yen Shui. Donglin Yen Shui's identity is anything but simple. She's a direct descendant of the Donglin clan. The difference in status between the two of you is just far too great. Moreover, there are quite a few people pursuing her in the Radiant Saint Hall. All the people who are bold enough to pursue Donglin Yen Shui have great backgrounds and shocking origins. It'll be very bad for you if you get too close to her." Han Xian arrived beside Jianqin and advised him sincerely. "I understand. Thank you for your reminder, teacher." Jianqin clasped his fist at Han Xian. After watching Han Xian leave, he turned around and returned to his dwelling. Due to the sealing of the Soaring Clouds Peak, none of the high-level Radiant Saint Masters gathered outside the Soaring Clouds Peak took a single step in. Naturally, Han Xian's actions had offended many people. Many high-level Radiant Saint Masters became displeased. The Lord of the Soaring Clouds Peak sure is haughty. He actually dares to shut us out like that. This Han Xian seems to be a member of the Han family of the Eastern region. He's just a nameless pawn of the Han family. Perhaps not many people in the Han family know about his existence. The group of high-level Radiant Saint Masters all dispersed as they discussed. Before long, the soaring cloud's peak finally returned to peace. In the following period of time, Jianshan entered long-term seclusion. Other than going to the top of the mountain from time to listen to Han Xian's teachings, he spent all his time cultivating in his dwelling. He had benefited quite a lot from his conversation with Donglin Yen Shui. He had gained a new understanding of Radiant Saint Force, so he needed time to properly tidy it all up. Bai Yu was the same as before. She basically visited Jianshan's dwelling every day to listen to Jianshan's comprehension of the laws of the Hallowed. Jianshan slowed down, only explaining the laws of the Hallowed to Bai Yu for an hour each day. However, even with that being the case, Bai Yu would enter a state to comprehend for several hours. Of course. Just like that, half a month later, Bai Yu finally broke through in her dwelling on the night of a full moon. She successfully comprehended the laws of the Hallowed with her two-colored soul core, becoming a Hallowed Saint Master gloriously. Not only did Bai Yu's breakthrough alarm Han Xian, but it also alarmed the Sacred Hall. The next morning, an elder descended on the soaring cloud's peak and took Bai Yu into the Sacred Hall to cultivate. At the same time, the matter spread across the entire Radiant Saint Hall, causing all the disciples to remember the name Bai Yu. It was not that there were no hallowed Saint Masters with two-colored soul cores in the Radiant Saint Hall, but they were as rare as phoenix feathers. Every single one of them would receive great nurturing from the Radiant Saint Hall, becoming the elites of the elites. As a matter of fact, without any exaggeration, once a hallowed Saint Master with a two-colored soul core, their status in the Radiant Saint Hall would be no different from the 5 candidates. After Bai Yu entered the Sacred Hall, Zhuofeng became rather dispirited. He had always admired Bai Yu, and he was extremely confident that he could win her heart. This was because not only was he a Radiant Saint Master with a 3-colored soul core, but he was also a 5-star genius. Compared to Bai Yu, who was a 1-star genius, he felt a natural sense of superiority. However, all of this changed after Bai Yu comprehended the laws of the Hallowed and was personally taken into the Sacred Hall by an elder. As soon as the disturbance with Bai Yu settled, Jianshan finally took action. He made many copies of the conversation between Donglin Yen Shui and the Lord of the Sky Gazing Peak and secretly distributed them. Now, basically all the Radiant Saint Masters believed that Jianshan had defeated Wenqing with a 3-colored soul core because of Jianshan's secret arrangements. That was why he had obtained the final victory and made a name for himself. As a reward, he gave the 1,000-leaf lotus to Jianshan. However, after Jianshan obtained victory, he publicly broke the agreement he had secretly reached with Jianshan. He was unwilling to give the 1,000-leaf lotus to Jianshan. Instead, he gave it to Donglin Yen Shui, who was also one of the 5 candidates. As a result, not only did he become closer to Donglin Yen Shui, but he also obtained Donglin Yen Shui's protection. As a result, Jianshan was unable to do anything to him. Because of this matter, Jianshan's reputation in the Radiant Saint Hall became very bad. Basically, everyone would talk about Chongyang with deep disdain and mockery, which led to a lot of curses. Now that the contents of the crystal had been announced to everyone, the truth that exceeded everyone's expectations and overturned everyone's understanding naturally spread without any concealment. It immediately led to a great uproar, causing quite a stir. Even a few high-level Radiant Saint Masters began to pay attention to the matter. If it were just 2 low-level Radiant Saint Masters, it would not have caused such a stir. However, the matter directly involved a candidate with the greatest status in the Earth Saint world. Jianshan, who was about to enter seclusion in the Sacred Hall for his final push, received the news as well. His face immediately became extremely ugly as heavy killing intent filled his eyes. Keep an eye on Chongyang. Once he leaves the Radiant Saint Hall, immediately inform the clan to kill him, Jianshan said coldly. Yes, I'll contact the clan right away, a violet-robed guard behind Jianshan said politely. In the blink of an eye, a year had already passed. During that year, Jianshan did not take a single step out of the soaring cloud's peak. He remained in seclusion, basically spending all his time on cultivation. Without Baiju's disturbance, Jianshan finally had a period of peace. On this day, Jianshan suddenly roused from his cultivation. He raised his head and glanced at the sky before making his way out of his dwelling. He stared at the distant horizon. In the distant horizon, a door suddenly opened in the protective formation around the Radiant Saint Hall. Afterwards, a figure stepped through the air and directly entered the territory of the Radiant Saint Hall. This figure exuded a terrifying aura that shook the heavens and the earth, causing the mountains to tremble. Countless plants and trees bent down from the pressure, as if they were submitting to this person. The person strolled through the air as if he was chasing after the stars. He crossed a huge distance in a single instant and arrived in the sacred hall in the clouds with just a single step. Jianshan became stern as he watched the figure vanish from the sacred hall. He had an ill omen. He felt like the person's arrival had something to do with him. At this moment, the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall, who possessed supreme authority, and the 8 vice leaders, who were only second to the leader, gathered in a majestic discussion hall on the highest floor of the sacred hall. They were all stern. A gray-robed, middle-aged man stood in the center of the hall with his hands behind his back. He was composed as he stared at the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall, who sat on the throne. I've only come here to pass on an agreement that we've all reached. I hope your Radiant Saint Hall will open the gates so that we can search this place freely and not keep the protective formation on all the time, the gray-robed man said emotionlessly. That's impossible. The leader of the Radiant Saint Hall turned him down without any hesitation as he shone with a sacred light. The gray-robed man smiled indifferently. Leader, I think you understand that we're only doing this to search for Jianshan. We definitely won't do anything that will harm the interests of your Radiant Saint Hall. You must cooperate. In reality, it's not just your Radiant Saint Hall. We've even sent people to all the other peak organizations on the desolate plain to negotiate with them. We want them to open their gates and not get in the way of our search for Jianshan. Jianshan possesses the Anata Tower. That belongs to the Heavenly Palace of Bisheng. We're only doing this to serve the Heavenly Palace of Bisheng and to share the burden of Her Majesty. If you don't cooperate, wouldn't you be going against Her Majesty? The leader of the Radiant Saint Hall could not help but become stern when he heard the mention of Her Majesty. The First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bisheng, Exin, was in existence only second to Grand Exalts. She was one of the few supreme experts in the current Saints world. Her name was a great deterrent to many peak organizations in the Saints world. Our Radiant Saint Hall is filled with Radiant Saint Masters. As a fighter, Jianshan can hide anywhere on the desolate plain, but it's impossible for him to hide in our Radiant Saint Hall because there's nowhere for him to hide here, the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall said sternly. Jianshan is nowhere near as simple as you imagine him to be. So many peak experts have tried to divine his whereabouts time and time again, using various secret techniques to search for him, but it's all to no avail. He possesses such impressive concealment methods. Even if he really is hiding within the territory of your Radiant Saint Hall, you might not be able to find him. Now we've basically searched through the entire desolate plain. Aside from the peak clans on the desolate plain, we haven't missed a single corner. We've sent people to guard the teleportation formations and outer space on the desolate plain, so it's impossible for Jianshan to leave the desolate plain. We can already confirm that Jianshan is hiding in your peak organizations. The gray-robed man stared at the leader with shining eyes as he waited for his reply. Chapter 23:31. If that's the case, thank you for your cooperation, leader. Farewell. The gray-robed man clasped his fist before turning around and leaving. These people have gone too far. Do they really think they're the sovereigns of the world? They can actually do whatever they want on the desolate plain. The desolate plain is our territory. Now we've actually allowed these outsiders to run amok in the desolate plain. They've basically turned the entire desolate plain upside down. This is truly a humiliation to us, the native organizations of the desolate plain. What's even worse is that they want our Radiant Saint Hall to open our doors and let them search as they please. What do they take our Radiant Saint Hall for? Although our Radiant Saint Hall has declined, we're still a peak organization that once gave birth to a Grand Exalt. How can we allow these outsiders to do whatever they want? These outsiders are just too lawless. After the gray-robed man's departure, the 8 vice leaders all roared out furiously. Their faces were all very ugly. They were extremely sunken. Sigh. The leader of the Radiant Saint Hall sighed gently. His voice was filled with powerlessness as he said steadily, "These outsiders use the heavenly palace of Bishing's name. Let alone our Radiant Saint Hall, even the other organizations on the desolate plain probably won't dare to turn them down. This is because once we turn them down, let alone offending the heavenly palace of Bishing, these outsiders will even misunderstand that we're purposefully protecting Jianshan. Some people with ulterior motives might even accuse us of trying to take the Anata Tower for themselves. Once such a crime is confirmed, the consequences will be much more serious. Open the protective formations and let these outsiders search our Radiant Saint Hall. However, we can't let them do whatever they want here. As a result, no one is allowed to enter seclusion, including me. At the same time, get all the elders to emerge from seclusion and keep a close eye on these outsiders. Once they do anything out of line in our Radiant Saint Hall, we'll immediately deal with them according to the rules of our Radiant Saint Hall. Our Radiant Saint Hall can let them search for Jianshan's whereabouts, but we can't let them do whatever they want." "Yes, Palace Master," the 8 Vice Palace Masters replied in unison. After a moment of thought, the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall continued, "The Anata Grand Exalt has 3 great treasures, which are the Heavenly Palace of Bishing, the Anata Tower, and the Fortune Jade Seat. Since the Anata Tower is with Jianshan, once an organization finds Jianshan and obtains the Anata Tower and offers it to the Heavenly Palace of Bishing, it will be a great contribution. At the same time, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our Radiant Saint Hall." The leader of the Radiant Saint Hall paused before continuing. "In the past few years, due to the existence of that mysterious expert, our Radiant Saint Hall hasn't produced a late Divine King disciple for far, far too long. As a result, the lords of the various peaks who could have broken through long ago had no choice but to suppress their cultivation to mid-Divine King. They didn't dare to take another step forward. Even a few disciples who were unable to suppress their cultivation and had reached late Divine King were forced to leave the Radiant Saint Hall in the end, finding a place to hide themselves. However, none of the disciples who left have returned. I wonder if they're still alive. If this continues, our Radiant Saint Hall will definitely decline. As a result, our Radiant Saint Hall needs to search for the Anata Tower with everything we have. Once we find the Anata Tower first, our Radiant Saint Hall will no longer need to fear the mysterious expert." The eyes of the 8 Vice Palace Masters lit up when they heard that. They all said, "That's right. Once we obtain the Anata Tower, we can ask the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing to personally take action and kill the mysterious expert. The First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing is the most terrifying figure in the world. In the past, even the Grand Prime Flame Reverend, who was one of the strongest below Grand Exalts, was forced to flee across the entire Saints' world. In the end, he was forced to hide. The mysterious expert who specifically targets our Divine King is very powerful, but is he more powerful than the Grand Prime Flame Reverend? This is indeed an opportunity for our Radiant Saint Hall. Vice Palace Master, let me go out personally and see if I can find Jianshan's traces." "I'll go find Jianshan as well." After all, he's connected to the future of our Radiant Saint Hall. Immediately, 2 Vice Palace Masters volunteered to search for Jianchen. Even though all of them knew that Jianchen would not be found so easily since he could evade the pursuit of so many peak experts in the Saints' world, they still could not help but want to try their luck. On that day, the protective formations that enveloped the entire Radiant Saint Hall vanished. Everything within the Radiant Saint Hall was completely exposed to the eyes of outsiders. Without the obstruction of the formations, the powerful senses of the souls of the outsiders immediately shot over. They enveloped the Radiant Saint Hall with an extremely powerful pressure. They did not miss a single spot, searching through the countless mountains of the Radiant Saint Hall in an inch-by-inch manner. They even reached deep underground. Even the secret rooms deep underground failed to escape the senses of their souls. On that day, all the disciples of the Radiant Saint Hall stayed within their respective mountains. Under the restrictions of the Peak Lords, they all stayed within their own mountains. All of them could sense the suffocating senses of the souls roaming around them. Immediately, many of the confused Radiant Saint Masters fell silent out of fear. They all felt fearful and uneasy. Jianchen sat on a rock outside his dwelling on the soaring cloud's peak. He could clearly sense the extremely powerful senses of the souls roaming around him, which made his heart sink. Jianchen truly felt a sense of danger when the Radiant Saint Hall opened its doors to the outsiders. Fortunately, I have the mask Senior Mo Tianyun gave me. With the mask, I don't have to worry about the senses of the souls of these peak experts seeing through my identity. Let alone the senses of their souls, even if I stood before them, they probably wouldn't be able to see through my original appearance. However, there are no absolute secrets in the world. If they investigate me one by one, they'll discover that there's something wrong with me sooner or later. As a result, my true identity will be exposed sooner or later. My final objective in coming to the Radiant Saint Hall is to enter the Tower of Radiance and obtain the cultivation methods left behind by the past experts of the Radiant Saint Hall. As a result, I can't leave before I enter the Tower of Radiance, or everything will be for naught, Jianchen thought. He knew that this was the only chance he had to enter the Tower of Radiance. Once his identity was exposed beforehand, it would mean that he would not be able to hide his ability to use martial soul force. He would immediately become an enemy of the Radiant Saint Hall, and it would be impossible for him to enter the Tower of Radiance again. Activate the protective formations. All the disciples of the Soaring Cloud's Peak come out for inspection. At this moment, a cold voice rang out from outside the Soaring Cloud's Peak. 2 violet-robed guards arrived outside the Soaring Cloud's Peak with a few men who seemed to be outsiders. They hovered in the air quietly. Jianchen looked at them as he sat on the rock on the Soaring Cloud's Peak. Even though his face remained the same as before, he seemed rather doubtful on the surface, but his heart became heavier and heavier. Zhuofeng, Changyang, the 2 of you come to me. At this moment, Han Xian's voice rang out from the top of the mountain. Afterwards, the protective formations around the Soaring Cloud's Peak gradually vanished as well. Jianchen immediately stood up from the rock and flew towards the top of the mountain. Very soon, he arrived at the top of the Soaring Cloud's Peak. He discovered that the Lord of the Soaring Cloud's Peak, Han Xian, was currently conversing with the 2 violet-robed guards. Zhuofeng had already arrived behind Han Xian. Under the leader's orders, all the disciples of the various peaks, including the Lord of the Peak, need to be inspected, a violet-robed guard said to Han Xian emotionlessly. Han Xian nodded. I've already received the Elder's message. I will cooperate with you as much as I can. The violet-robed guard nodded before taking out a mirror. He pointed it at Han Xian. Immediately, a resplendent streak of light shot out and enveloped Han Xian. Clearly, the mirror was anything but ordinary. It could pierce through illusions and see through reality. Through it, one could see through all concealment methods. Jianchen, who stood to one side, could clearly sense that the powerful senses of the soul above the radiant Saint Hall all gathered over when the light from the mirror enveloped Han Exion. They all gathered on the mirror. Alright, there's no problem. Next. Very soon, the light from the mirror vanished. The violet-robed guard aimed the mirror at Xuefeng and also shot out a streak of light that enveloped Xuefeng. In the end, it was Jianxin's turn. Jianxin knew that the senses of the souls of many experts were paying attention to everything that happened here, so his expression remained the same. He faced the mirror's inspection extremely calmly and did not reveal anything at all. The mask that Mo Tianyun had left him could even fool the senses of the souls of many peak experts. He refused to believe that a tiny mirror would be able to see through his true identity. No problem. Let's go to the next peak. Very soon, the light from the mirror vanished, and the violet-robed guard stowed the mirror away. He turned around and left with the other people. Clearly, the mirror was not enough to see through the mask that Mo Tianyun had left behind. There was not just a single search party like this. There were over a dozen search parties in various places of the Radiant Saint Hall, both the inner and outer mountains. Under the accompaniment of some foreign cultivators, they roamed the various peaks with the same mirror. From the peak lords to the new disciples, they all had to undergo the inspection of the mirror. Chapter 2332. He could not help but show admiration as he said, "Senior Jianxin is indeed extremely impressive. It's rumored that Senior Jianxin is only a divine king. He has already offended the renowned solitary sword ancestor and heavenly king of azure brilliance, and he has survived the pursuit of these two experts until now. Many peak experts from the outside world have gathered on the desolate plain now, yet Senior Jianxin is still able to remain undiscovered even under the search of these experts. Probably only Senior Jianxin can achieve such a shocking feat among the Divine King." After over a year of rumbling, some matters regarding Jianxin were no longer a secret on the desolate plain. It had become widespread, to the point where basically everyone knew about it. Xuefeng naturally obtained the information from elsewhere. Jianxin felt extremely strange when he heard Xuefeng praise him openly and refer to him as senior. He immediately looked at Xuefeng with an extremely strange gaze. Xuefeng seemed to sense Jianxin's gaze as well. His face immediately sank, and he glanced at Jianxin coldly. He snorted coldly before looking away. However, what would he feel when he learnt that the Chongyang beside him was the senior Jianxin he had mentioned? After leaving the soaring clouds peak, Jianxin returned to his dwelling. At this moment, he was no longer in the mood to continue cultivating. He sat on the cold ground and sank into his thoughts. Not only had the Radiant Saint Hall opened their doors, but they had even sent out their disciples to search every inch of the mountains for him. This was not good news for Jianxin. Moreover, he knew that the search today was only the beginning. As time went on, the search would become more and more thorough. It might even become watertight. Even though he had the mask that Mo Tianyun gave him, which allowed him to hide from the majority of magic treasures and secret techniques, this mask was not omnipotent. Once a small flaw was exposed, what awaited him was the consequence of his identity being exposed. It looks like it's no longer suitable for me to remain in the Radiant Saint Hall. It might be safer outside, thought Jianxin. There were still roughly 2 years until the competition between the Chosen Saint and the Radiant Saint Hall. He had to last for another 2 years no matter what. Once he entered the Tower of Radiance and obtained what he wanted, it would no longer matter if his identity was exposed. On the morning of the next day, a group of violet-robed guards flew down from the sacred hall that stood above the clouds. Afterwards, they dispersed and flew towards the mountains. They delivered crystals with some information to the peak lords of the Radiant Saint Hall before distributing them to the disciples below. Jianxin obtained a memory crystal from Han Exion. Looking at the thumb-sized memory crystal in his hand, Jianxin silently extended the senses of his soul to check the contents of the crystal. As expected, the memory crystal contained information about him. It was extremely detailed, including his appearance, the weapons he used, the laws he comprehended, the various battle skills and secret techniques he knew. Without any exaggeration, everything that Jianchen had revealed in the Tsang Poseidon Palace was recorded in detail. Not a single part of it was missing. As a matter of fact, there were even some descriptions of his profound sword chi. It was just a rather vague description. The memory crystal was a notice from the Radiant Saint Hall. It encouraged all the Radiant Saint Masters in the Radiant Saint Hall to take part in the search for Jianchen. Clearly, the Radiant Saint Hall had taken part in the search for Jianchen as well. Jianchen's eyes shone brightly as he held the memory crystal. He just happened to be worried about finding a suitable reason to leave the Radiant Saint Hall. The memory crystal had come at the perfect time. Afterwards, Jianchen arrived at the top of the Soaring Clouds Peak with the memory crystal and found Han Xian. Zhuofeng, it's already extremely impressive that you can use Radiant Saint Force to such a level. Don't always compare yourself to your junior Chang Yang. Your junior brother's cultivation is indeed not as great as yours, but his usage and control of Radiant Saint Force is indeed quite talented. Not everyone can achieve that. Han Xian currently sat on a boulder as he explained the usage of Radiant Saint Force to Zhuofeng. When Jianchen arrived, Han Xian stopped. He looked at Jianchen and immediately smiled amiably. Chang Yang, what's the matter? Zhuofeng also discovered Jianchen's arrival. His eyes immediately became cold. Jianchen clasped his fist at Han Xian and said, "Teacher, I want to leave the mountain for a while and see if I can find traces of Jianchen." You're overestimating yourself. You want to find Senior Jianchen with just you? Why don't you take a look at yourself first? Senior Jianchen is the Divine King. Even if you really do manage to find him, it's impossible for you to survive, Zhuofeng retorted coldly before Han Xian could even reply. Zhuofeng. Han Xian's face sank slightly. He immediately called out, making Zhuofeng shut up obediently. Afterwards, he looked at Jianchen with a gentle gaze and shook his head. Chang Yang, listen to my advice. Cultivate properly on the Soaring Clouds Peak and strive to become a hallowed Saint Master with a two-colored soul core like your junior sister. Don't get involved in the search for Jianchen. Even so many peak experts are unable to find any traces of Jianchen, so how can you find him so easily? If you get involved, you'll just be wasting your time. Teacher, searching for Jianchen is only one of the reasons. I also want to take a look outside and use the opportunity to train myself, Jianchen said. Han Xian fell silent for a while before nodding in agreement in the end. All right. Since you've already made up your mind, I won't stop you. Chang Yang, remember that you have to wear the uniform of a disciple of the Radiant Saint Hall at all times when you're outside. The desolate plain is not peaceful, so it'll be extremely dangerous outside with your cultivation. The uniform of a disciple of the Radiant Saint Hall is the best protection. After all, our Radiant Saint Hall is one of the peak organizations on the desolate plain. Apart from the martial soul lineage, our Radiant Saint Hall has never fallen out with any other large organizations. As a result, very few people are bold enough to lay their hands on the disciples of the Radiant Saint Hall. This is the medallion of a disciple of the Soaring Clouds Peak. Take it to the Foreign Affairs Hall to register, and then you can leave the Radiant Saint Hall. Take this jade talisman with you as well. If you come across any danger or trouble, crush it immediately. I will rush over as quickly as possible. Han Xian warned Jianchen several times before allowing Jianchen to leave. Afterwards, Jianchen registered himself in the Foreign Affairs Hall with the medallion of a disciple of the Soaring Clouds Peak. After going through several identity checks, he left the Radiant Saint Hall by himself. P.S. The First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing is a peak expert who can deter the experts of the Saints' world. Now, Xiaoyao has released the image of the First Majesty, Xian, on his public account. Brothers, Do you want to know what Her Majesty Exin looks like? Please pay attention to Xiaoyao's prestigious public account. Xinxing Xiaoyao 110. Pinyin is the pseudonym of Xinxing Xiaoyao. There's also a number for the police, or you can directly search for Xinxing Xiaoyao on the public account. For those who don't know how to pay attention to public accounts, you can open the contact list of your public account. You'll see the menu for public accounts. You can click it, press the plus sign in the upper right corner, and then directly search for the public account mentioned above. Chapter 23:33. There were 49 great planes and 81 great planets in the Saints' world. The 49 great planes were actually 49 huge continents that floated in outer space. They were so large that they were larger than any single one of the 81 great planets. Among the 49 great planes, the 7 sacred planes stood at the top. Every single sacred plane possessed a grand exalt. Although grand exalts were still grand primes, they had reached the limits of grand primes. At the very least, they had comprehended one of their laws to perfection, becoming existences akin to the laws of the world. With a single thought, they could even interfere with the operation of the laws of the world and control it. As a result, if a grand exalt realm expert cultivated in a large plane for a long time, the great ways of the world of the plane would be affected by the will of the grand exalt. As a result, the complicated great ways of the world would become simple and clear, allowing people to comprehend the laws of the world with twice the result with half the effort. This was how the 7 sacred planes of the Saints' world got their name. The Prosper Plane was one of the 7 sacred planes of the Saints' world. In the past, one of the 7 sovereigns, the Anata Grand Prime, spent most of her time cultivating there. The Anata Grand Prime's residence, the heavenly palace of Bishing, was located at the very center of the Prosper Plane. It was also the most sacred place on the entire Prosper Plane. It was worshipped and revered by everyone. Even though there were many peak organizations on the Prosper Plane and many supreme experts, the heavenly palace of Bishing was the organization that they could not afford to offend the most and could not afford to provoke. Although the 7 grand exalts had either died or been injured in the battle in the past, and even the master of the heavenly palace of Bishing, the Anata Grand Prime, was rumored to have died many years ago, the heavenly palace of Bishing still had the Prosper Plane. As long as Exin remained, the heavenly palace of Bishing could continue to stand tall in the Saints' world. At the same time, it was because of Exin that the experts of the Prosper Plane dared not to act rashly. At this moment, the majestic heavenly palace of Bishing gave off a supreme presence that could shake up the world unknowingly in the sacred land at the very center of the Prosper Plane. It was like a primordial beast that lay there silently. A group of divine generals in golden armor stood there silently like statues. They did not move at all, protecting the heavenly palace of Bishing loyally. A travel-worn old woman stood near the entrance of the heavenly palace of Bishing. She bowed politely as she stood there. She seemed to have been standing here for a long time, causing a thin layer of dust to form on the plain clothes she was wearing. Su Ran, the 8th Highness wants me to tell you that you will not be able to see the First Highness. It will be useless for you to continue waiting here. A divine general in golden armor walked out from the heavenly palace of Bishing and said to the old woman with mixed feelings, "I really do have something extremely important to report to the First Highness. If the First Highness really doesn't want to see an insignificant person like me, can I see the 8th Highness?" Su Ran said bitterly. The divine general sighed gently when he saw how persistent Su Ran was. He said, "Then I'll pass on the message. As for whether the 8th Highness is willing to see you or not, that'll be up to your luck." With that, the divine general turned around and made his way into the heavenly palace of Bishing. However, just when he turned around, he suddenly became stunned. A woman in a red dress who only seemed to be in her 20s slowly walked out from the entrance of the heavenly palace of Bishing. This woman was extremely beautiful. She was so beautiful that she could captivate the birds and beasts, overshadowing the moon and putting the flowers to shame. She walked over step by step, but there was not the slightest bit of aura emitted from her body. However, when the divine general saw the woman, he immediately became respectful. He clasped his fist and bowed in a hurry. "Greetings to the Eighth Highness. Junior Su Ran greets the Eighth Highness." Su Ran also bowed towards the woman in red with mixed feelings. The woman was the Eighth Highness of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing, Bai Rong. "You can go," Bai Rong said to the Divine General. Bai Rong said to the Divine General. Her voice was soft and gentle, but it was as beautiful as the heavens and very pleasant to the ears. "Yes, Eighth Highness." The Divine General bowed politely before quickly vanishing from the Heavenly Palace of Bishing. Bai Rong arrived before Su Ran slowly. She stared at Su Ran's unfamiliar face that had become extremely old. She could still vaguely think of the beautiful girl she had seen for the first time several million years ago. She was extremely cautious and naive before her, which made Bai Rong sigh deeply inside. Bai Rong stared at Su Ran for a while before saying gently, "Su Ran, I already know why you've come. We've learnt about Master's Tower a very long time ago. It's not something you should be concerned about, so there's no need for you to pay attention to it. Grandmaster's Anata Tower is in the hands of a junior called Jianchen. Jianchen is weak, so if the Anata Tower remains in his hands, it can be taken away by someone else at any time. As a result, I hope that the Anata Tower can be taken away as soon as possible, Eighth Highness," Su Ran pleaded. Bai Rong sighed gently when she heard that. She said, "Master has ordered us not to interfere with this matter. As a result, let alone me, even if you find first senior sister, it'll be useless." "What? This? Could this be the ancestor? The ancestor? The ancestor? The ancestor?" When he heard Bai Rong say Master's orders, Su Ran's expression immediately became stunned. A huge wave surged in his heart. "Do you understand now? This matter isn't something that disciples like us can decide." Bai Rong glanced at Su Ran deeply before turning around and leaving without saying anything more. She vanished into the heavenly palace of Bishing again. "Grandmaster is still alive. Grandmaster is actually still alive." Su Ran's head echoed with Bai Rong's words for a very long time. Her heart trembled as she struggled to calm down. At the same time, a hazy figure shrouded in a dense layer of light sat in the air within the heavenly palace of Bishing. The laws of the world clearly appeared around him, interweaving with one another and drawing out the truths of the world. The sound of laws boomed out. It was as if this person had already fused with the laws, representing the laws of the world. He was the supreme will of the world. Disciple Exian greets Master. At this moment, a graceful woman in white appeared silently in front of the figure enveloped by the light of the way. She clasped her fist respectfully. This woman was the First Majesty who had forcefully smashed through the formations of the Poseidon Palace and destroyed a clone of the samsaric immortal Exalt's soul. She was also the First Majesty who had deterred all the experts in the Saints' world, allowing the heavenly palace of Bishing to remain standing. "Master, disciple has found Senior Gu Dao's one soul and 5 corpses," Exian said. At the same time, a few specks of light flew out from her hand. These specks of light varied in size. Some were souls, some were just hazy consciousnesses, and some were just imprints. Chapter 2334. Master, may I ask where Senior Gu Dao's final soul is right now? The First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing asked politely. The hazy figure enveloped by the light of ways fell silent. However, the light of ways on him surged, becoming extremely dazzling. He was as resplendent as the sun. At this instant, he seemed to have transformed into the heavens and the earth. He controlled the grand Tao of the heavens and the earth, and he became the highest will in the heavens and the earth. With a single glance, he could clearly see the quintessence of the heavens and the earth, and he could clearly see through the past and future. Gu Dao's final soul possesses a sliver of his power of ways. Under the protection of the power of ways, even grand exalts will struggle to find him, the figure said after a moment of silence. After a while, the figure shrouded in the light of the great path spoke. His voice contained all the rhythms in the world, and it was impossible to determine his gender from his voice. Master, even you can't find Senior Gu Dao's final soul? Once my cultivation recovers completely, it won't be difficult for me to find Gu Dao's final soul. The War Dragon Empire was one of the 5 everlasting empires on the desolate plain. Their strength was on par with the Radiant Saint Hall, making them one of the peak organizations on the desolate plain. At this moment, Jian Chun wore the white robes of a Radiant Saint Master in the most sacred imperial city of the War Dragon Empire. He sat alone in an inconspicuous place and ordered a few dishes, eating and drinking leisurely. The small tavern was already full of guests at this moment, and the clamor spread to every corner of the tavern. A man's wealth is his own ruin. I've investigated this person called Jianshin carefully. It's said that he's very powerful. He's renowned in the Tsang Poseidon Palace. His battle prowess is extremely shocking, enough for him to stand before the Divine King. It's just a pity that he's been killed as soon as he left the Anata Tower. Now that the entire desolate plain has been sealed off, as long as Jianshin is still on the desolate plain, he won't be able to escape. I just don't know how long he can hide. Soon. As long as Jianshin is still on the barren state, it won't be long before he resurfaces. Right now, the search of the barren state by those external forces is getting more and more intense. But I have to say, this Jianshin is really good at hiding. Even with so many top experts searching for him, he can still hide until now. What kind of divine artifact is the Anata Tower? How can a puny divine king possess it? If Jianshin doesn't hand over the Anata Tower, his fate will be extremely miserable. He's made so many peak experts go through so much trouble, so he's probably already displeased many of them. I'm just afraid that he won't end up well even if he hands over the Anata Tower. The cultivators of various cultivation levels gathered in the tavern all discussed Jianshin with great interest. In reality, similar discussions did not only occur in the tiny tavern. They could be heard anywhere on the desolate plain. Not only did all the cultivators on the desolate plain remember Jianshin's name, but he had also become the topic of discussion. Jianshin sat there quietly in his robes. He listened to the various discussions that the people had about him like a guest. His mind did not waver at all. He remained as calm as usual. A while later, Jianshin tossed a few medium-grade divine crystals onto the table before standing up and leaving. He had already visited many places in the past few days, so he gained a rough understanding of the current situation on the desolate plain. What troubled him the most was that basically all the interplanar teleportation formations on the desolate plain had been sealed off. Without sufficient status, it was impossible for people to leave the desolate plain through the teleportation formations. Even the space beyond the desolate plain had been sealed off by many peak organizations. Spaceships had stopped operating, only allowing people to enter and not leave. In addition, everywhere on the barren state, there were many patrol squads patrolling. These patrol squads all possessed artifacts that could see through camouflage, so they would check all the people they met. Once the identity of these patrol squads aroused suspicion, these patrol squads would not hesitate to arrest them. In the beginning, there were naturally many cultivators who hid their identities on the desolate plain. For various reasons, they would resist as hard as they could, or even directly kill the group. However, these people would often be suppressed the moment they moved. This was because behind these patrol squads, there were always top powerhouses paying attention to them. It was also because of that the patrol teams became more and more unbridled and fearless on the desolate plain. Even Jianshin had been stopped and questioned by the groups several times. However, as Jianshin was a disciple of the Radiant Saint Hall, the groups only carried out routine checks. They did not make things too difficult for him. Clearly, these people were unwilling to provoke any of the peak organizations on the desolate plain. After leaving the tavern, Jianchen strolled through the bustling streets. He held the memory crystal that contained his detailed information as he acted like he was looking for Jianchen. He observed the people around him as he made his way out of the imperial capital of the War Dragon Empire. Very soon, Jianchen arrived at the gates of the imperial capital. He shook his head in disappointment and murmured, "There's so many people here. It looks like finding Jianchen really won't be easy. I better go to the next city and try my luck." As he said that, Jianchen stowed the memory crystal away and left with radiant saint light. After Jianchen left, two middle-aged men walked over from behind at a steady pace. They looked in the direction that Jianchen had disappeared in and could not help but sneer. "This Chong Yang sure is adorably silly. He wants to find Jianchen with his mere one-colored soul core. He's dreaming. He really is far too naive. However, he's finally left Dragon City. Let's go. Let's follow him. Once he leaves Dragon City, we'll take action immediately. I heard that Chong Yang's talent is extremely impressive. It's just a pity that he's recklessly offended young Master Xian. He's destined to die soon." As the two middle-aged men communicated with each other, they slowly rose into the air and made their way towards Jianchen at a steady pace. By now, Jianchen was already several million kilometers away from the imperial capital of the War Dragon Empire. Just as he flew past a smelly swamp, the two middle-aged men appeared silently and blocked Jianchen's path. "Who are you?" Jianchen immediately became cautious. "You're Chong Yang, right? You don't need to know who we are. All you need to know is that you'll die very soon. Chong Yang, it's your fault for offending young Master Xian. Only death awaits you now that you've offended young Master Xian." Chapter 23:35. So you were sent by Jianchen. Tell me, what benefits did Jianchen give you? I can give you 10 times more. Jianchen remained composed. He said calmly, "You're working for Jianchen for cultivation resources. I can give you whatever Jianchen can give you, such as this divine hall." With a flip of his hand, Jianchen pulled out a palm-sized divine hall from his space ring. The two middle-aged men who wanted to kill Jianchen did not pay any attention to Jianchen's words in the beginning, but when they saw the divine hall in Jianchen's hand, their eyes narrowed. They became overjoyed. The 9th grade of the Truth Tier. It's actually a divine hall of the 9th grade of the Truth Tier. You actually have a treasure like that on you. The two middle-aged men were extremely shocked. The divine hall was an irresistible temptation to them. Immediately, their eyes burned with greed as they flew toward Jianchen as quickly as they could. They wanted to take the divine hall first. An undetectable sneer appeared on Jianchen's face as he watched the two middle-aged men scramble for the divine hall. In the next moment, a pair of huge hands suddenly extended out of the divine hall, reaching for them with an indescribable speed in the eyes of the two middle-aged men. The sudden change in situation caused the two middle-aged men's faces to drastically change. However, it was already too late. The hands that had extended from the divine hall grabbed their necks with lightning speed. Under the two middle-aged men's fearful gazes, they were forcefully dragged into the divine hall. Jianchen really thinks highly of me. He's actually sent 2 early Divine King experts to deal with me, a one-colored soul core expert who's only equivalent to a receival expert. Jianchen sneered as he looked at the divine hall in his hand. Afterwards, he said to the divine hall, "Hey ya, I'll leave the 2 of them to you." Jianchen's voice rang out clearly in the divine hall. "Yes, master," Heya replied politely from within the divine hall. "Master, I feel like I'm about to break through," Heya continued after a slight pause. "About to break through? So soon?" Jianchen was surprised. Once Heya broke through, he would directly reach the primordial realm. In the past, primordial realm experts were unreachable existences in his eyes. Now, one of his retainers was actually about to become a primordial realm expert, which made Jianchen sigh inside. It's all thanks to Master's Flower of Ways. If it weren't for the Flower of Ways and all the heavenly resources, it would have been impossible for me to reach the primordial realm so soon. Heiya's voice was filled with deep gratitude. After a moment of thought, Jianchen said, "The Divine Hall can't endure the disturbance from your breakthrough. The current situation is special, so it's not a good time for you to break through. Heiya, hold off on breaking through for now." "Yes, Master." Afterwards, Jianchen checked the surroundings. After confirming that he had not left behind any traces, he was about to leave. However, at this moment, a trace of extremely obscure and mysterious aura suddenly came from the swamp under his feet. The presence was extremely obscure and extremely thin. If it were not for the fact that Jianchen's soul had fused with a strand of true chaotic force, which had changed drastically and made it extraordinarily powerful and sensitive, he would not have even been able to sense its existence. This was because it was just too obscure. It was so obscure that even the senses of the soul of a primordial realm expert were unable to sense it. Jianchen suddenly looked at the swamp below him. After a moment of hesitation, he dove in without any hesitation. A layer of milky white light formed a white barrier around him, completely enveloping him. The radiant force repelled the swamp around him, allowing Jianchen to dive down. As he rapidly dove, Jianchen became more and more surprised. The depths of the swamp had completely exceeded his imagination. He estimated that he had already dove several dozen kilometers at the very least, but he still had not reached the swamp. It was as if the ordinary-looking swamp could lead to the depths of the earth. The further down he dove, the greater the pressure from the surroundings became. In the end, Jianchen could no longer support himself with just radiant saint force. Fortunately, he dismissed his radiant saint force and did not use any other energy. He only used his body to endure the pressure from the swamp. Finally, after who knew how long, Jianchen's feet finally came into contact with tough ground after several tens of thousand kilometers. He had arrived at the very bottom of the swamp. The bottom of the swamp was a layer of extremely tough rock. Jianchen followed the senses of his soul and finally found the source of the mysterious presence nearby. It was actually a piece of rock that was over a meter wide. Jianchen expanded the senses of his soul in an attempt to investigate the inside of the rock. However, to his surprise, the rock that was clearly right before him did not exist at all. "I can't find it with the senses of my soul. I can only discover its existence with my eyes. This rock is not simple." Jianchen rubbed the rock gently. Afterwards, sword chi shot out from the tip of his finger. He scraped off a thin layer of powder from the surface of the rock before taking out the divine hall from his space ring. He smeared the powder on the divine hall as he thought, this powder should be able to hide the divine hall, preventing it from being sensed by experts. Very soon, the tiny divine hall was smeared with a thick layer of powder. With a thought, Jianchen vanished along with the rock. Only the powdered divine hall stood at the bottom of the swamp silently. Jianchen appeared silently with the rock in the divine hall. He cleaned off the mud around the rock and began to observe it carefully. The rock was square in shape. It was over a meter in length, width, and height. It was dark red in color and extremely tough. Even with Jianchen's current strength, he was unable to shatter it. On the surface, this piece of rock looked ordinary. Apart from the fact that it was so hard that divine sense couldn't detect it, there was nothing strange about it. There wasn't even the slightest fluctuation of energy. However, from time to time, Jianchen would be able to vaguely sense a mysterious presence from the rock with the extraordinary senses of his mutated soul. He believed that other than himself, even those top experts would not be able to sense this aura. "Heiya, do you recognize this?" Jianchen called Heiya over to identify it. However, Heiya shook his head very soon. He had never seen or heard of such a strange rock either. Jianchen stared at the rock and pondered it for a while. In the end, he gritted his teeth and sword chi flickered at the tip of his finger. He cut off a thin piece of rock with great difficulty and studied it carefully in his hand. P.S. That's the second chapter. There's a third chapter today, but it'll probably be released a little later. Chapter 2336. The rock was extremely strange. It was impossible to make out anything about it with the naked eye, while the senses of the soul were completely useless. As a result, Jianshan secretly used his soul that had fused with chaotic force. Through the unusual power of his soul, he carefully observed the tiny piece of rock in his hand. Very soon, he made an extremely shocking discovery. There was a tiny bit of the mysterious presence remaining in the tiny piece of stone. At that moment, the mysterious presence that remained in the piece of stone was vanishing at an extremely slow rate. When the mysterious presence dispersed to a certain extent, Jianshan discovered that his soul could actually vaguely sense the existence of the piece of rock. The tiny piece of rock could no longer hide from the senses of the soul. So that's how it is. The reason why the rock can hide from the senses of the soul is not because the rock itself is extraordinary. It's all because of the mysterious presence that fills the rock. Once I cut this piece of stone in my hand, the mysterious aura within it slowly dissipated. It seems that the source of this mysterious aura is hidden within this piece of rock, Jianshan thought. The light in his eyes flickered, and he immediately began to cut the rock. However, the rock was just too tough. The closer he got to the center, the tougher it became. Towards the end, Jianshan cut at an extremely slow rate even with his full strength. Jianshan frowned when he saw this. Since he knew that the rock itself was not as extraordinary as he thought, it meant that the powder he had applied to the divine hall would not be able to hide it for long. Once the powder lost its effect, the peak experts gathered on the desolate plain would easily discover the divine hall that he had hidden at the bottom of the swamp. I don't have much time left. Jianshan scraped off some more powder and applied it around the divine hall again. Afterward, he drew the 9-star sword of heavenly ways decisively and carefully controlled the sword's energy to cut the rock layer by layer. A day later, Jianshan finally reached the very center of the rock after changing the powder several times. Immediately, an incomparably resplendent divine light shot out from within. It was brilliant, dazzling, and eye-catching, as if it was the most beautiful color in the world. Everyone who saw the divine light was mesmerized. Moreover, with the appearance of the resplendent light, a refreshing presence that could shake up the souls of people radiated out. The sound of the world boomed and the 3,000 laws trembled. It seemed like endless mysteries were being revealed. Jianshan became stunned when he saw the familiar light. He stared at the piece of jade that shone with resplendent light that was hidden within the rock. His eyes were filled with great joy and disbelief. Fortune divine jade, this is the fortune divine jade. Jianshan murmured in a daze. At that moment, his heart churned. He was unable to remain calm at all. Great joy had filled his heart. He knew extremely well just how valuable fortune jade was. It was a supreme treasure in the world. He had also learned from the sword spirits that only the greatest expert of the immortals' world, the Nirvanic immortal Exalt, possessed a piece of fortune jade. It was not very large either, only a third of the size of the Anata Grand Prime's fortune jade. Jianshan's breathing could not help but become ragged. He forcefully suppressed his excitement and continued to swing the 9-star sword of heavenly ways. He carefully controlled the sword's power to cut through all the rock around the fortune jade. Very soon, a complete piece of fortune jade appeared before Jianshan. It was so large that it was similar to the projection of the fortune jade he had seen on the 9th floor of the Anata Tower. The only difference was that the projection of the fortune jade he had seen on the 9th floor of the Anata Tower was circular, just like a cushion. However, the fortune jade before him was irregular in shape. It was the size of a millstone. With such a large piece of fortune jade, it's probably on par with the Anata Grand Prime's piece, Jianshan sighed. Jianshan was unable to contain his excitement as he stared at the fortune jade before him. Afterwards, He seemed to think of something and immediately stowed the fortune jade away in a space ring. Afterwards, he left the divine hall and returned to the swamp. At that moment, he no longer cared about whether the presence of the Anata tower would leak out or not. He directly took out the Anata tower from the bottom of the swamp and tossed the fortune jade inside. In Jianshan's opinion, something as precious as the fortune jade could only be kept safe in the Anata tower. He would never have dared to take out the Anata tower anywhere else because the risk of being exposed would be even greater. Only here, with the natural environment, would it be safer. I hope the presence of the Anata tower won't leak out, Jianshan prayed. Even though he had concealed the presence of the Anata tower as much as he could, Jianshan was not completely confident. After all, the peak experts were all extremely powerful, far beyond what Jianshan could understand. Suddenly, Jianshan's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly looked to the side as a gleam of light flickered through his eyes. He pushed the power of his soul to the limit. He actually discovered an extremely well-hidden concealment formation there. This is a natural protective formation. It's the same type as the one I used when I accidentally entered the ancient Skywolf's grave. It only has a concealment function. It's flawless, like it was made by nature. Any cultivator who enters a formation like this has basically entered it by accident. It's impossible for them to be discovered. Jianshan's soul was special, so he managed to distinguish the type of formation very soon. At this moment, something strange happened. The swamp around Jianshan began to churn violently. An extremely powerful senses of the soul radiated with an earth-shaking presence. It came from above and seeped down in an extremely domineering manner, extending towards the bottom of the swamp. Jianshan's face suddenly changed. Even though he had Mo Tianyun's mask, so he did not have to worry about being seen through by the powerful senses of the soul must have discovered something strange since it had been alarmed. If he was exposed before the powerful senses of the soul, there would be quite a lot of trouble. He might even face the risk of being completely exposed. Without any hesitation, Jianshan took a step forward and directly entered the concealment formation. The moment Jianshan's figure disappeared, the powerful senses of the soul followed closely behind. They descended to the very bottom of the swamp, wandering around as if they were searching for something in detail. However, Jianshan was already prepared. He did not leave behind any presence here. As a result, apart from the small pile of stone powder that he had smeared on the divine hall, there was no trace of him at all at the very bottom of the swamp. Even though the presence of the fortune divine jade had become extremely faint within the stone powder, it had not completely dissipated. Perhaps the stone powder with a small amount of the fortune divine jade's presence would not be able to conceal Jianshan at all. However, for experts other than Jianshan, as long as the presence of the fortune divine jade had not completely dissipated, their senses would not be able to detect it. As a result, the terrifying senses of the soul that made Jianshan's heart palpitate did not discover the existence of the stone powder, nor did it discover the natural concealment formation here. In the end, it returned empty-handed after wandering around the bottom of the swamp for a while. Chapter 23:37. Within the concealment formation, Jianshan was in no hurry to leave. Instead, he held his breath and concealed his presence. He carefully hid there and observed the situation at the bottom of the swamp. Under the cover of the natural concealment formation, he silently observed for a while. Only when the boiling mud at the bottom of the swamp gradually calmed down did he finally let out a sigh of relief. He knew that the owner of the powerful senses of the soul had not discovered anything. Otherwise, it would not have been as simple as the senses of the soul that had traversed space. It would have been the owner of the soul. This sense of the soul doesn't seem to have discovered the powder I left behind. If it had discovered the powder, it would have known that someone had been here. If it were me, I would definitely have searched even more carefully, or even come here personally, Jianshan thought. His eyes became brighter and brighter. He originally thought that the powder he had replaced could not escape the senses of the soul due to the loss of the presence of the fortune divine jade. After all, the powder had nowhere to hide from his senses. However, he suddenly realized that while the powder could not escape from his senses, it did not mean that it could not escape from the senses of other experts. If the layer of rock around the fortune divine jade is used properly, it will have unexpected effects. It's just a pity that I realized it too late. I've already cut through all the rock layers, so the presence of the fortune divine jade in the rock is constantly dispersing. It won't be able to last for long. Jianshan's face was filled with regret. He sighed gently and quickly collected himself. He temporarily put the matter of the fortune divine jade to the back of his mind and began to carefully observe the world within the concealment formation. All he could see was darkness. There was no light at all. It was so dark that he could not even see his own fingers. However, the darkness did not affect Jianshan at all. His eyes shone brightly like torches, directly piercing through the darkness and taking in the surroundings. What appeared before Jianshan's eyes was a long, narrow, and deep passageway that led straight to the ground. The passageway was winding and spiraling all the way down. He couldn't see the end of it at all, let alone know how deep it was. Jianshan released the senses of his soul instinctively, but to his surprise, he discovered that the entire tunnel was filled with a mysterious energy. It was a great hindrance to his soul. Even though he had fused with a strand of chaotic force and his soul had changed drastically and gained various unbelievable abilities, he could only extend his senses to a radius of 2.5 kilometers in the tunnel. As for this passageway, he had no idea how deep it was. His divine sense spread out for 5 miles, so he naturally wouldn't discover anything. This place isn't simple at all. Perhaps there's some shocking secret hidden below. Standing in the narrow passageway, Jianshan hesitated for a moment, then began to descend, following the passageway into the depths of the earth. The underground passageway that was concealed by a naturally formed concealing formation had already piqued Jianshan's curiosity. Jianshan made his way down step by step. Along the way, he maintained a high level of vigilance and constantly observed his surroundings. As a result, he did not move very quickly. Within the passageway shrouded in darkness, he could not sense the flow of time at all. After who knew how long, Jianshan finally reached the end of the passageway and arrived at the depths of the earth. He glanced around. His gaze pierced through the endless darkness like lightning, taking in everything in the surroundings. What appeared before him was an extremely huge cavern. He had no idea how tall and long it was. As for how deep it was, he had no idea. Even with Jianshan's current vision, he was unable to see the end of the cavern. As for the divine sense of the divine sense, it was suppressed even more. It had shrunk from the initial range of 5 kilometers to a range of 1 kilometer. He could not even see as far as the naked eye. Suddenly, Jianshan's eyes narrowed slightly. The light in his eyes flickered as he stared straight ahead. Extremely far away, he could vaguely see a huge shadow crawling on the ground. It was just too far away. With Jianshan's vision, he could only see a blurry shadow. He could not see it clearly at all. Jianshan took a step forward. He erupted with the strength of the 13th layer of the chaotic body without holding back at all. With a flash, he arrived several kilometers away, hurrying forward quickly. This place was extremely well hidden. He did not have to worry about being discovered by the peak experts on the desolate plain, so there was no need for him to continue hiding. With Jianshan's speed, he approached the huge shadow very quickly. When he saw what it was, he was completely stunned. It was actually a colossal ancient beast that was several 100,000 meters long. It lay on the ground without moving at all. It was extremely majestic, several times larger than a mountain. Jianshan was not even an ant when he stood before the ancient beast with his body that was only a few meters tall. The ancient beast had clearly died a very long time ago. It did not give off any pulses of life at all. Thick chains wrapped around the ancient beast's body. Every single chain radiated with the power of laws. They wrapped around the ancient beast's body tightly, digging deep into its flesh. The other end of the chains led to the very depths of the cavern. Jianchen became more and more stern as he studied the ancient beast's corpse and the chains wrapped around it. Although the ancient beast had died many years ago, its tremendous vital energy had yet to dry up. It was still as vast as the ocean. At this moment, the ancient beast's ocean-like vital energy was being channeled into the deepest part of the cave through the chain. Jianchen arrived before the ancient beast's corpse and slowly extended his hand to touch it. He wanted to check the situation inside. The ancient beast's corpse was warm to the touch and not cold to the touch. However, before Jianchen could examine it any further, his face suddenly changed. His body trembled violently, and he immediately pulled back his hand. He staggered backwards as if he had suffered a heavy blow. The ancient beast's corpse was just too powerful when it was still alive. Although it had died, the tremendous vital energy within it continued to circulate. Just the normal circulation of the vital energy was enough to send Jianchen flying. If it were not for the fact that his chaotic force had reached a certain level and his body was extremely tough, he probably would have been heavily injured already. So powerful! Jianchen was extremely shocked. He felt excruciating pain in his right arm, as if his bones were about to shatter. He was astounded. Even after being dead for so many years and having so much vital energy drained away, the ancient beast still possessed such terrifying might. Just how terrifying was its strength when it was still alive? Suddenly, Jianchen's eyes narrowed. He saw another blurry shadow in the distance. It was extremely huge. With a single movement, Jianchen left the place. He shot off into the distance like an arrow. Very soon, he arrived before the second huge shadow. When he saw what it was, his face was filled with shock. This was because the shadow was also a huge ancient beast. It had been dead for who knew how many years already. Thick chains wrapped around its body, piercing deep into its flesh. They constantly drained the ancient beast's vital energy and sent it to the very depths of the cavern through the chains. Chapter 23:38. What's in the depths of this cavern? It's actually using the corpses of two powerful ancient beasts to constantly provide vital energy? Jianchen thought. He could not help but look at the depths of the cavern as he became surprised and doubtful. In the end, Jianchen did not touch the two corpses recklessly. The two ancient beasts were just too powerful when they were alive. Even though they were already dead and reduced to corpses, the remaining pressure was still not something Jianchen could endure. Just the flow of vital energy within them was enough to injure some experts who had just reached the primordial realm. Afterwards, Jianchen continued to observe the huge cavern. He became even more shocked. To his surprise, he discovered that there were far more than just two ancient beast corpses in the cavern. He discovered a total of 6 colossal ancient beast corpses in different places. Without any exception, the 6 ancient beast corpses were wrapped in chains. The tremendous vital energy within them was constantly drained and transported to the depths of the cavern. The 6 ancient beast corpses were all of different sizes. They came from different races. There was a mountainous serpent dragon, while there was a winged golden dragon that was as huge as a planet. They were all extremely powerful. The pressure from the corpses seemed to be enough to crush the sky and obliterate everything. What extravagance! Who's behind all of this? Jianchen was shocked. The fact that 6 terrifying ancient beast corpses were gathered together was an extremely great shock to him. He believed that any single one of the 6 ancient beasts would be an invincible existence on the desolate plain. No one could stop them. Unfortunately, who knew how many years ago they had already been dead? He continued onwards, and very soon, he discovered a 7th corpse several tens of thousand kilometers away. This was a humanoid creature with the appearance of a young woman. Her appearance was peerless, and she was over 100 zhang tall. She stood there, exuding a domineering aura of invincibility. There seemed to be an undefeatable battle intent circling around her. She looked like a female war goddess. This person was clearly not human. On his back, there was a pair of incomparably huge golden wings that cascaded down naturally. It was incomparably beautiful. Even though he couldn't sense any signs of life from her body, every single feather on her wings shone with a golden light, dazzling and eye-catching. Powerful energy fluctuations circulated around them. However, her fate was also extremely miserable. A chain extended out from the depths of the cavern, splitting into 3 strands and piercing into her dantian, heart and forehead. The surging qi and blood in her body were also continuously sucked away through this iron chain that led straight into the depths of the cave. Jianchen was completely numb as he looked at this humanoid creature that was over 300 meters tall. He fell silent, his heart heavy. After pausing for a moment, he continued forward. Not long after, he found the 8th corpse. This corpse belonged to a human expert. He had the appearance of a middle-aged man. He wore a golden robe and sat cross-legged on the ground. His eyes were closed, and there was a vast righteous qi of heaven and earth surrounding him. The chain had also split into 3 strands, piercing into his dantian, heart and forehead. This human clan expert had also been dead for many years. There was no sign of life left in him. All that was left was the vast power of qi and blood in his body. Jian Chun had no idea just how powerful the human expert was when he was alive. Even though he was only a corpse now, Jian Chun still shivered as he stood before him. Chills ran down his spine. Clearly, the human expert was no weaker than the 6 ancient beasts and the winged humanoid creature when he was alive. Jianchen stood 3 meters away as he stared deeply at the human expert who sat on the ground. There was a sliver of sorrow in his eyes. He knew that this human powerhouse was not an evil person. The righteous qi of heaven and earth that lingered on his body proved that he was a righteous and upright person. However, he ended up in such a miserable state. He had been reduced to a tool to provide vital energy. At that moment, Jianchen became sorrowful. However, he also knew that there was nothing he could do with his current strength. In the end, he bowed deeply to the human expert before turning around and leaving. Jianchen continued forward. He followed the chain and maintained his vigilance as he made his way to the depths of the cavern. He wanted to know just what was hidden in the depths of the cavern that required such a terrifying amount of vital energy to use the corpses of 8 experts to provide vital energy. Before long, Jianchen finally arrived at the depths of the cavern. Before him was a surging sea of blood that resembled an ocean. The terrifying vital energy shone with dazzling, blood-red light, dyeing the entire world red. Gurgling sounds constantly rang out from the sea of blood. Tremendous vital energy constantly surged in the sea of blood, erupting with extremely shocking pulses of energy. It possessed devastating power. Jianchen's eyes suddenly narrowed. He stared straight ahead. He did not pay too much attention to the sea of blood. Instead, he focused all of his attention above the sea of blood. There, a colossal ape covered in thick and long fur hovered above the sea of blood without moving at all. This ancient ape's fur was dark golden in color. It lay there motionlessly without a head, only a huge body. It had also been dead for who knew how many years. The 8 chains intersected above the ape's corpse, vaguely forming a complicated and profound formation. It absorbed the vital energy from the 8 powerful beings outside. After being converted by the formation, it endlessly poured into the ape's body. At the same time, Jianchen sharply discovered that the residual vital energy in the sea of blood below the ape's corpse was being channeled into the ape's corpse in an extremely slow manner. It was slowly being absorbed by the ape. However, the ancient ape's body was not filled with an aura of death. Instead, it was filled with thick life force. Even though this life force was just a drop in the ocean compared to the ape's earth-shaking strength, at the very least, it meant that the ape was not completely dead. Its body still retained a certain amount of vitality. Could it be that the enormous power of qi and blood was extracted from the bodies of the 8 great experts just to create this headless ancient ape that had already died long ago? Jianshan's mind shuddered. He stared closely at the ape before him as he thought to himself, "Who is it? Who created everything here?" The light in Jianshan's eyes flickered. He could already vaguely guess that someone probably wanted to revive the ape. Just to nourish the body of this ancient ape, he had already used the corpses of 8 ridiculously powerful experts. Then, how powerful was this ancient ape with dark golden fur? Jianshan took a step forward and continued to approach the ape. He wanted to get closer and observe it more carefully. Chapter 2339. Jianshan's face changed drastically. He retreated without any hesitation, but the vital energy was just too fast. In the end, it still struck Jianshan with great force. Spurt! Jianshan spat out a mouthful of blood as he was blown away. The vital energy was just too terrifying. Even with the defense of the chaotic body, he was still heavily injured. The eruption of the vital energy within the ancient ape immediately caused the sea of blood to churn. At the same time, the ancient wills that filled the cavern seemed to be alarmed as well, rousing from their slumber. Through his extraordinary soul, Jianshan immediately sensed that wills seemed to be awakening in the cavern, which made his face darken. Don't get within 100 kilometers of the ancient great ape. How many years has it been? Finally, someone has come here. It's a pity that he's too weak. The wills all awakened from their slumber as the mental pulses reverberated through the cavern. 8 blurry figures appeared around Jianshan one by one. 2 of the 8 figures were extremely familiar to Jianshan. The first was a beautiful woman. She had a pair of golden wings on her back. She seemed exactly the same as the 7th corpse he had seen outside. The only difference was that the 7th corpse was over 300 meters tall, while the one before him was only the size of a normal person. The second familiar figure was the human clan expert he had seen outside. He was surrounded by a vast aura of righteousness. Jianshan glanced past the other 6 figures. There were men and women of various ages, and they were all illusionary. How could Jianshan not understand when he saw that? The remaining 6 figures were the 6 colossal ancient beasts he had seen at the beginning. However, they did not reveal their original forms right now. They all appeared as humans. Junior Jianshan greets the 8 seniors. Jianshan immediately clasped his fist at the 8 illusionary figures. He showed respect from the bottom of his heart. This was respect for the strong. This was because he knew that the 8 figures before him had possessed extremely terrifying strength when they were alive. They could destroy the world with a flip of their hand. The 8 experts all looked at Jianshan. When they studied Jianshan, they could not help but shake their head. Their faces were filled with undisguised disappointment. He really is too weak. We've waited for so many years, and all we've been waiting for is such a weak junior. Sigh, he's already awakened our wills. We don't have much time left. It's impossible for the wills we left behind in the past to continue existing. Once they awaken, they'll disperse before long. But he probably won't be able to complete our mission. We have no choice. Let's try it. The 8 experts conversed with one another. They all seemed to be filled with deep helplessness. Jianshan seemed to have understood something as well. He clasped his hands at the 8 experts and said, "Seniors, may I ask what you want me to do? If there's anything I can do, and if it's within my abilities, I will definitely do my best to help." The illusionary figures of the 8 experts hovered in the air. After hearing Jianshan's words, they all fell into a momentary silence. A while later, the human expert said, "You've already seen Gusta's body. I believe you understand that the 8 of us only exist to provide enough vital energy to nourish Gusta's body." "Gusta? The huge ape without a head?" Jianshan asked. That's right. That huge ape's name is Gusta. He's the strongest king of the ancient great apes. Gusta died many years ago. His head was chopped off by someone. Although he seems to have died, he's not completely dead. There's still a sliver of life left in him. The experts of the ancient great apes wholeheartedly want to revive Gusta, so the 8 of us have been trapped here by the other 2 kings of the ancient great apes. They've used an ancient secret technique to strip us of our vital energy to revive Gusta, said the human expert. Jianshan's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He had originally thought that the 8 experts had died in battle outside, and their corpses had been collected and placed here. He had never thought that the 8 of them would be trapped here while they were still alive. Every single one of the 8 experts was extremely powerful. Even though they had died many years ago, they still made Jianshan shiver inside. He struggled to imagine just how terrifying the person who could trap 8 terrifying experts here was. At this moment, the winged woman said, "The ancient great apes want to use the 8 of us to revive their strongest king, so we obviously won't let them succeed. Not only will we not let them succeed, but we'll also completely destroy Gusta's body as well. However, the 8 of us have already died in the end. All that's left is a sliver of unwilling will from when we were alive. We're unable to complete what comes next." The woman looked at Jianshan deeply and said, "As a result, we can only leave the matter of destroying Gusta's body to you." Jianshan's heart sank when he heard that. He said bitterly, "Seniors, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I'm too weak, and I can't even approach Gusta's body, let alone destroy it." Jianshan groaned inside. Let alone the fact that he did not have the power to destroy Gusta's body, even if he could, he would not be willing to do so. This was because once he did that, he would completely offend the ancient great ape. "Don't worry. We've already prepared everything when we were alive. We just don't have the power to carry it out ourselves," the human expert said. "We've already engraved layers of forbidden techniques in our bodies. Once they're activated, they'll connect our bodies and fuse the remaining vital energy in our bodies. Even though our vital energy has been constantly drained over the past few years, and we don't have much left, if all 8 of us are combined, we'll be able to surpass any one of us when we were at our peak. With such a terrifying amount of vital energy, we'll be able to destroy Gusta's body with the most powerful strike we can unleash through the formation. My bloodline contains the power of curses. I won't let the ancient great apes off so easily after what they've done to me. Not only will I destroy Gusta's body, but I'll also use Gusta's bloodline as a guide to cast my curse on the entire ancient great apes across the vast expanse of space and time. I'll make them pay a heavy price," an old man with a hooked nose said hatefully. "The ancient great ape clan should be completely annihilated." The other figures formed by the ancient beasts also spoke, their hatred overflowing to the heavens. Chapter 2340. You don't need to worry. We won't mistreat you. Moreover, you won't be hunted down by the experts of the ancient great ape. This is because formations have already been set up before us in this deep underground cavern. Coupled with the suppression of our presence, your weak presence won't be able to remain here at all. Moreover, the heavenly secrets here have been disturbed by the powerful wills of the 8 of us when we were alive, disrupting the laws here. As a result, even techniques like turning back time will be useless here. Without any exaggeration, you won't be able to leave behind any traces of what you've done in this cavern. It's obviously impossible for the experts of the ancient great apes to find you, said the human expert. If you help us, the 8 of us will give you a fortuitous encounter. We definitely won't let you do anything that is strenuous and unrewarding, said the winged woman. A fortuitous encounter? May I ask what kind of fortuitous encounter it is? Jianshan became interested. The 8 people before him must have been renowned peak experts when they were alive, so the fortuitous encounters they left behind probably wouldn't be too bad. We can give you our golden cores of laws. Kid, I wonder if that's enough, said a burly, red-haired, middle-aged man among the 8 of them. A golden core of laws. Jianshan could not help but cry out when he heard that. When an expert's comprehension of the laws of the world reached a certain level, it would form a spring of laws. This spring was the crystallization of the laws of the world after they had been condensed. It contained the mysteries of the laws of the world, which was why it was known as a golden core of laws. If I obtain your golden cores of laws, will I be able to reach your level in a short amount of time? Jianshan's interest was piqued. The burly, red-haired, middle-aged man became angered. He bellowed out, "Kid, you sure are daydreaming. You want to reach our level in a short amount of time with just a golden core of laws? Do you really think it's that easy to comprehend the laws of the world? A golden core of laws can only be preserved through special ancient methods so that the comprehension of laws within it won't disperse after we die. However, when we left behind our golden cores of laws, we were basically on the verge of death, so the comprehension of laws stored in our golden cores of laws is naturally less than a tenth of what it was in our peak condition. However, even with that being the case, a golden core of laws can allow a deity to reach the primordial realm within 1,000 years. Apart from the golden core of laws, we've prepared 3 strands of vital energy. The energy within each strand of vital energy can increase your strength by quite a lot with your current level of cultivation. Apart from that, we'll pass you the supreme secret techniques that we've created. We've spent countless years perfecting these secret techniques, so we're not to lose them. The remaining experts spoke one after another, promising all types of benefit. It had to be mentioned that the rewards they offered were extremely plentiful, tempting even Jianshan to the point where he found it very difficult to turn them down. "All right, I agree. But what should I do now?" Jianshan asked. "We only have a sliver of will left now, and we'll truly disperse from the world before long. In order to prevent you from going back on your word, swear to the laws of the world first, all right?" Jianshan immediately swore to the laws of the world. Sure enough, after swearing the oath, he discovered with his sharp senses that an invisible restraint seemed to have appeared around him. He knew that this was the restraint of the oath, so he immediately ignored it. Instead, under the guidance of the 8 experts' wills, he arrived beside their bodies. Afterwards, the bodies condensed from the wills of the 8 experts formed hand seals in the air. In the next moment, 8 beams of golden light, dragging long tails of golden flames behind them, streaked through the air and hovered in front of them. Jianshan looked at the 8 golden cores of laws that shone with resplendent light. Even though the golden cores of laws seemed the same on the surface, they actually contained 8 completely different laws. The 8 laws were the laws of curses, the laws of strength, the laws of corrosion, the laws of creation, the laws of fire, the laws of destruction, the laws of the sword, and the laws of space. On the other hand, the righteous human tribe powerhouse had left behind a sword Dao nomological law. If you want to activate our formation and destroy Gusta's body, you need to comprehend our power of laws first. Only then will you be able to come into contact with our bodies and awaken the final power hidden in our bodies, Gusta said with a smile. And if you want to awaken the final power hidden within our bodies, you need to reach the Divine King's level of comprehension of laws. This is because only the Divine King's level of comprehension of laws can awaken the final power hidden within our bodies. Once the power hidden within the 8 of us is awakened, we need a primordial realm expert to channel energy into the center of the formation and activate the formation we've cast down. Once the formation is activated, the vital energy within the 8 of us will fuse together under the influence of the formation, and we'll unleash a powerful strike that will destroy Gusta's body and destroy the ancient great apes' plan to revive their strongest king. The supreme secret techniques that the 8 of us created are all hidden in the golden core of laws, fusing with the power of laws contained within. Those who inherit our golden core of laws will be able to grasp the supreme secret techniques that we created, said Yi Qingyu. Kid, are you ready? Prepare to inherit our power of laws, the wills of the wills said. Afterwards, they prepared to fuse the golden cores of laws into Jianshan's body. Hold on, don't tell me you want me to inherit all 8 of your laws by myself? Comprehending 8 laws at the same time will affect my cultivation speed. Jianshan stopped them in a hurry. If he really did comprehend all 8 laws, it would mean that he would have to spend several times more time cultivating than usual. You're the only one here, and these 8 laws are the only way to awaken the power hidden within our bodies. As a result, only you can inherit the 8 laws. Because these 8 golden cores of laws can't be brought outside. Once they're brought outside, no matter what method you use to conceal them, you won't be able to conceal them from the workings of the heavens. They'll be discovered. Once the experts of the ancient Great Ape clan discover them, all our preparations will be for naught. Our wills are about to disperse. We can't wait for you to find someone outside, so we have no other choice but to let you inherit the 8 laws by yourself. Hold on, who said I'm the only one here? With a thought, the Anata tower appeared. He called out Kea first. Afterwards, he stowed the Anata tower away and placed the divine hall on the ground. He called out, Qing Yishuan, hey ya, come out. Chapter 23:41. The Anata Tower. I never thought that you would actually possess one of the 3 supreme treasures of the Anata Grand Prime, the Anata Tower. The Anata Tower is a god artifact of the highest quality. At the same time, it's one of the most powerful god artifacts in the world. I never thought that it would be damaged to such a degree. To be able to damage the Anata Tower to such a degree, it must be one of the sovereigns of the world who has reached the limits of Grand Prime. From the sword slashes on the Anata Tower, the Anata Grand Prime has probably fought the greatest expert of the Immortals world, the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt. It looks like many things have happened in the Saints' world after we died. It's extremely likely that the immeasurable calamity has descended. However, none of that has anything to do with us. The 8 experts all sighed emotionally with mixed feelings when they saw the Anata Tower. Clearly, even though they were only condensed from a sliver of their past, they still retained all their memories. Jianshan, where is this place? And who are they? Kea asked in doubt as soon as she emerged from the Anata Tower. She studied the huge cavern before looking at the 8 experts before her. The light in her eyes flickered as surprise and doubt filled her face. She did not know why, but when she saw the illusory figures of the 8 great experts, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was as if she had seen them before. Kea could swear that she had never seen these people before, but she just had this feeling. Jianshan gave Kea a simple explanation of what had happened here, allowing Kea to gain a rough understanding of the situation. Afterwards, Heiya and Qing Yishuan emerged from the Divine Hall as well. Currently, Heiya's presence was much more powerful and dense than before. He had improved tremendously during his time in seclusion. With the assistance of the Flower of Ways and the large amounts of cultivation resources from Jianshan, Heiya's current cultivation had reached the very peak of the Divine King's level of cultivation. He was preparing to break through to the primordial realm. As soon as Heiya emerged from the Divine Hall, he stood behind Jianshan. Even though he was very curious about this place, he did not ask about it. He truly treated himself as a servant. Qing Yishuan bit her lip gently. She glanced at Jianshan and Kea before silently making her way behind Jianshan. She stood beside Heiya. Jianshan had not revealed his true appearance, while Kea had not removed his disguise either. As a result, Qing Yishuan still failed to recognize Jianshan and Kea. However, as soon as Qing Yishuan arrived behind Jianshan, she was pulled out by Jianshan. Jianshan pushed Qing Yishuan to the front without any explanation. He said to the human expert, "Senior, she also comprehends the laws of the sword. May I ask if she can inherit your legacy?" The comprehension of laws within the 8 golden cores of laws was extremely limited. It was nowhere close to a tenth of what the 8 experts possessed. Let alone reaching the same heights as the 8 experts, even breaking through to chaotic prime would be a luxury. It would basically only allow them to reach the primordial realm. Jianquan's current comprehension of the laws of the sword had already reached the late Divine King. He only needed to take another step and he would reach the primordial realm. Not only had his soul changed now, but his comprehension of the laws of the world had become even clearer. Moreover, he possessed the fortune jade, so he believed that this step would not take up much of his time. As a result, using the golden core of the laws of the sword on him would be a little too much of a waste. Not only would Qing Yishuan be able to help his old friend, but she would also be able to push the value of the golden core of laws to its greatest. Qing Yishuan was pushed out by Jianquan. She had no idea what had happened at all. Afterwards, she heard Jianquan talk about inheriting the legacy of the Way of the Sword, which immediately stunned her. She was completely stunned. The human expert hovering in the air looked at Qing Yishuan. After observing her for a moment, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "All right." With that, he did not even ask for Qing Yishuan's permission. The golden core of laws that hovered before him immediately shot into Qing Yishuan's forehead as a golden streak of light. Immediately, Qing Yishuan shone with golden light. Strands of extremely pure power from the laws of the sword revolved around her, causing her to close her eyes uncontrollably. She could not help but enter a state of comprehension, accepting the legacy. After seeing that Qing Yishuan had successfully inherited his inheritance, the human race expert seemed to have finally fulfilled the wish in his heart. He revealed a relieved smile as his illusory body slowly disappeared. A moment later, it scattered with the wind. Jianquan sighed inside as he watched the human experts will disperse. He knew that the righteous human expert had completely vanished from the world. Kea, you've comprehended the laws of creation, destruction, and fire, so you should inherit these 3 laws. Jianquan dismissed his emotions and turned to Kea. However, Kea remained calm. He did not become excited at all. He only glanced at the 3 golden cores of laws indifferently and said, "I don't need them. You should inherit them." Kea. Jianquan frowned slightly. "Jianquan, you should know that my path of comprehending laws is different from others. Their golden cores of laws of creation, destruction, and fire don't have much comprehension left. They really won't be of any help to me," Kea said seriously. When Jianquan thought that it was extremely likely that Kea was the reincarnation of an expert, he did not say anything more. In the end, he looked at He and asked him which law he wanted to inherit. "His talent is far too ordinary. If we give him the golden cores of laws, let alone the fact that it'll be a great waste, it won't be good for him if he wants to comprehend 2 laws at the same time with his talent." "That's right. With his talent, all he needs to do is focus on comprehending his own laws. There's no need for him to comprehend a second law before he becomes a Grand Prime." As soon as Jianquan finished speaking, the wills of the 7 experts spoke out. "Thank you for your kindness, Master. I feel like I should listen to the senior's suggestions and focus on comprehending the laws I've comprehended right now," said He. "Fair enough." Jianquan sighed gently. Heya's talent was indeed not particularly outstanding. This could be seen from the fact that he had yet to become a divine king after reaching the peak of the divine king's realm. He also knew that even if Heya reached the primordial realm, he would only be a regular primordial realm expert. The divine king's top 10 would be able to put up a fight against him. As a matter of fact, even Shui Yunlan, who was still a divine king, would be able to defeat him. "Then I'll inherit the remaining 7 laws," Jianquan said helplessly. Afterwards, he sent Qing Yishuan away from Kea into the Anata Tower before sending Heya back to the Divine Hall. He formally accepted the legacies from the 7 experts. Under the control of the wills of the 7 experts, the dazzling golden cores of laws shot into Jianquan's forehead as streaks of golden light. At that moment, Jianquan shone brightly as the power of the 7 laws interwove around him. Vaguely, the sound of ways seemed to ring out. The wills of the 7 experts did not disperse. They continued to hover in the surroundings as they stared at Jianchen. Excitement and eagerness filled their faces. This child's soul is extremely strange. I hope we can really benefit from his soul. Moreover, he cultivates the chaotic body, which has reached quite a high level of attainment. His vital energy is extremely dense, enough to nurture a fragment of our soul. It's just a pity that Sword Master Yunqi is too stubborn. He's unwilling to go with us, so he's truly gone. I feel like this child's soul can contain all the ways in the world. That's extremely rare. If we can obtain a portion of his soul and refine it, fusing it into our souls, it'll be a great fortune for us without a doubt. Everyone, let's meet again in the future. I'll be taking my leave first. Chapter 2342. Jianchen, who had already entered a state of comprehension, failed to hear the conversation between the 7 experts at all. At this moment, he was enveloped by a layer of dazzling golden light. As the laws of the world wove together, he had already entered a state of selflessness, devoting himself to the comprehension of the laws. The power of the laws of creation, destruction, fire, strength, space, corrosion, and curses would appear from time to time on Jianchen, enveloping him heavily. Laws permeated his body as the sound of laws boomed out. To comprehend 7 different laws at the same time, this was an extremely difficult challenge for any cultivator. It could even be said to be impossible. This was because not only did it require extremely astonishing comprehension ability, but it also required an extraordinary affinity with the laws of the world. Only then would it be possible. However, this seemingly difficult task was not particularly difficult for Jianchen. Ignoring the fact that he had already resonated with the 3,000 laws, coupled with the unbelievable changes that had occurred after fusing with the strand of true chaotic force in his soul, he had become even closer to the laws of the world, allowing him to sense them even more clearly. As a result, Jianchen basically had no difficulty comprehending the 7 laws when all these advantages were combined. Moreover, he had already grasped the laws of destruction among the 7 laws, so he only needed to comprehend the remaining 6 laws. In just 7 days, Jianchen comprehended the first law and grasped the laws of creation. His comprehension of the laws of creation had reached the threshold of deity. As soon as he reached the threshold, Jianchen immediately gave up on comprehending the laws of creation. He began to comprehend the second law. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 3 months later, Jianchen finally roused from his seclusion. After 3 months of cultivation, he had comprehended all the remaining 6 laws apart from the laws of destruction. He had formally reached the threshold of deity, grasping all of them. Within his soul, 7 golden cores that contained the power of laws floated there quietly. The power of laws within them had not decreased by much. Clearly, Jianchen had used these golden cores of laws to gain insights into 6 new laws, and had not caused much damage to the 6 golden cores of essence spirit. The 8 seniors said that a single golden core of laws can allow a deity to reach the primordial realm in 1,000 years. However, I don't need 1,000 years to comprehend these laws to the primordial realm, Jianchen said. Jianchen opened his eyes. The light in his eyes flickered as he became extremely confident. Afterwards, he took out the fortune jade that was the size of a millstone from the Anata Tower. Fortune jade, how long it will take for me to comprehend all these laws to the Divine King level will all depend on you. Looking at the fortune divine jade in front of him, Jianchen's expression was filled with unconcealable excitement. After that, he placed the fortune divine jade on the ground and sat down cross-legged on it, continuing to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. For this step, he wanted to raise the cultivation of those who had reached the human god realm to the divine king realm. This was because only the power of laws at the level of divine king could awaken the final power hidden within the 8 experts. Immediately, a profound power of fortune appeared from beneath him. It possessed the presence of ways. Jianchen immediately felt like he had ingested the comprehension tea. His mind cleared up as many ideas flashed through his head. Immediately, he felt his ability to comprehend skyrocket. Comprehending the profound laws of the world became even easier. My laws of destruction have already reached late over God. I'm only a step away from breaking through to the level of Divine King, so I better comprehend the laws of destruction to the level of Divine King first, Jian Chen thought. Afterwards, he began to connect with the golden core of the laws of destruction in his soul. He used the laws of destruction hidden within to cultivate. Strands of pure power of laws seeped out from the golden core of the laws of destruction strand by strand. Jianshan did not directly absorb the power of laws. Instead, he used it to comprehend the truths of the world in detail. Every time he comprehended a sliver of it, the sliver would fuse with his soul and be truly absorbed by him. As a result, his comprehension of the laws of destruction rapidly deepened. However, this time, Jian Chun suddenly felt agitated after cultivating for a short while. He stopped cultivating subconsciously. When he opened his eyes, he frowned slightly. Jianshan sat on the fortune jade quietly as the resplendent power of fortune enveloped his entire body. He sank into his thoughts with his eyes wide open. He had already entered a state of selflessness when he cultivated. His heart was truly as calm as water, but he suddenly felt agitated without any prior signs. Moreover, the agitation completely vanished as soon as he finished cultivating. This made Jianshan feel that something was off. Jianshan pondered for a very long time as he sat on the fortune jade. The light in his eyes flickered as his face became uneasy. Afterwards, he used the senses of his soul to the limit and began to examine himself from top to bottom. The 7 golden cores of laws in his soul became the focus of his examination. In the end, he failed to discover any abnormalities at all. Jianshan fell silent. A strange light flickered in his eyes, and his gaze gradually deepened. A while later, he closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the laws of destruction. Afterwards, the agitation no longer appeared, allowing Jianshan to comprehend the laws of destruction surprisingly smoothly. A month later, the power of laws that belonged to the Divine King descended, enveloping Jianshan completely. His laws of destruction had finally reached the Divine King's level. Now, his laws of the sword and the laws of destruction had both reached the Divine King's level. His laws of the sword had reached the late Divine King's level, which corresponded to the great perfection of sword spirit. If he took another step further, he would reach the primordial realm, which corresponded to sword immortal. However, Jianshan also knew that this step would not be taken so easily. Even with his soul having changed, allowing him to comprehend the laws of the world with greater clarity, and with the assistance of the fortune jade, he would not be able to reach sword immortal in a short period of time. Towards the end, the comprehension and breakthrough of laws would become more and more difficult. He would need a long period of time to settle down. There really is a secret technique hidden within this golden core of the laws of destruction. It's just that the secret technique is of a high grade, so I'll need quite some time to comprehend it. I don't have enough time right now. Whatever. I'll comprehend the secret technique in the future. I should continue comprehending the laws for now, thought Jianshan. He did not stop at all. He continued to comprehend the second of the 7 laws, the laws of space. In Jianshan's opinion, he had already grasped the laws of the sword and the laws of destruction, which were the most offensive laws. He did not lack offensive laws for the time being. As a result, the laws of space were clearly more useful to him than the other laws. He had to start from the beginning to comprehend the laws of space, so he naturally could not comprehend them as quickly as he did the laws of destruction. However, even with that being the case, he only used half a year to comprehend the laws of space to the Divine King's level. Of course, this did not mean that Jianshan's talent was truly that impressive. Aside from the assistance of the fortune jade, The greatest reason why he could reach such a level was because of the golden cores of laws left behind by the 7 experts. Jianshan was only able to reach such a level through the golden cores of laws. He created miracles time and time again, going from a basic level of comprehension to the Divine King's level in a single stroke. Spatial Devouring Technique. World Reversal. Chapter 2343. By borrowing the power of space, one can break through the shackles of the world and traverse the river of time, traversing billions of kilometers in an instant. Jianshan's eyes lit up as he read the description of universe reversal. He discovered that universe reversal was not only a very powerful escape technique, but it was also a very good way to travel. Traversing billions of kilometers in an instant was basically the same as traversing an entire continent. Some continents were even less than billions of kilometers in diameter. Clearly, this secret technique was most suitable for traveling through the void of the universe. He would not even need to use teleportation formations across continents, saving him a large amount of precious 5-colored divine crystals. Universe reversal feels much more difficult than the void devouring technique. It's extremely difficult to use universe reversal with the comprehension of the laws of space at the Divine King level. I wonder if I can use the laws of space at the Divine King level to get a glimpse of universe reversal's threshold. But there's no doubt that it'll take an extremely long time. Jianshan thought. The strength of the 8 experts was just too terrifying when they were alive. Their realms were far beyond his imagination. The supreme secret techniques they left behind would naturally be of a high level. The mysteries of the world involved in these secret techniques were just too profound for someone like him who was only at the Divine King level. As a result, it would not be as easy for him to get a glimpse of these secret techniques as it was for him to comprehend the radiant arts. There's about a year left before the selection of chosen saint. I'll try to comprehend a few more laws during this period of time, Jianshan thought before moving on to the next law. Time passed silently. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. On this day, Jianshan roused from his state of selflessness. Another Divine King-level law revolved around him. In the past half a year, he had already comprehended the law of strength to the early Divine King level. It really is as I expected. The laws of strength will indeed amplify my chaotic body. If I fuse the laws of strength into my chaotic body will become 30% tougher. It won't just increase the toughness of my body, but also the strength of my body. Jianshan secretly rejoiced when he sensed the changes the laws of strength brought to him. And this is only the early Divine King's laws of strength. In the future, as my comprehension of the laws of strength rapidly deepens and my comprehension of the laws of strength rapidly increases, the amplification of my chaotic body from the laws of strength will become greater and greater as well. Jianshan's eyes lit up. The law of strength was of great help to him, as it directly increased his ultimate combat strength. At this moment, he was itching to use the golden pellet of law of strength to comprehend the law of strength to the peak of the Divine King realm. He believed that once he comprehended the laws of strength to the late Divine King, the amplification of his chaotic body would definitely exceed 30%. However, he did not have that much time right now. Out of the 7 laws, I've already comprehended the laws of destruction, space, and strength to the Divine King realm. There are only the laws of creation, fire, corrosion, and curses left. Kea just happens to have grasped the laws of creation and fire, and she has reached the Divine King realm as well, Jianshan thought. I won't be in a hurry to comprehend the laws of creation and fire for now. I'll comprehend the laws of corrosion and curses first. Jianshan decided to comprehend the laws of curses after a moment of thought. As Jianshan entered seclusion and paid no attention to the matters of the world, frantically increasing his strength, the desolate plain was not peaceful at all. After several years, the disturbance that Jianshan's name caused on the desolate plain did not decrease at all. Instead, it became even greater than before. More and more peak experts and organizations entered the desolate plain, searching for Jianshan everywhere on the desolate plain under the guise of helping the First Majesty. Not only did they turn the entire desolate plain upside down several times, but even the swamp where Jianshan had discovered the fortune jade was not spared. Even the headquarters of all the peak organizations on the desolate plain had been searched countless times. Even the sacred hall of the Radiant Saint Hall that stood above the clouds had been visited several times by these foreign experts. They had almost entered the Tower of Radiance, which infuriated the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall. He had almost started a direct battle with these foreign experts. An example like the Radiant Saint Hall also happened to the other peak organizations on the desolate plain. Many of their forbidden grounds had almost been invaded by outsiders. For a time, the reckless actions of these foreign experts caused the entire desolate state to be thrown into chaos. Many large and small forces began to complain. However, all the native organizations on the desolate plain were helpless about the current situation. They were filled with grievances, but they had nowhere to vent. This was because as the number of foreign experts rapidly increased, the number of clans and sects that participated rapidly increased. Gradually, the organization that they formed completely suppressed the native organizations on the desolate plain. Moreover, they were using the heavenly palace of Bishing's name, so the native organizations on the desolate plain were even more helpless. After failing to find Jianshan after so long, the foreign experts gradually became flustered. A rumor that Jianshan had already fled the desolate plain gradually spread. Only the Celestial Sword Saint's place of cultivation is left on the desolate plain now. The peak experts from outside the desolate plain often communicated with one another. At this moment, someone said that they began to doubt the Celestial Sword Saint. Do you think Jianshan is hiding where the Celestial Sword Saint cultivates? Are we going to disturb the Celestial Sword Saint? The Celestial Sword Saint is not an existence to be trifled with. As soon as the Celestial Sword Saint was mentioned, the expressions of all the foreign experts changed slightly. They frowned deeply. The Celestial Sword Saint is indeed not someone to be trifled with, but we're also helping the First Majesty find her master's Anata tower sooner. I refuse to believe that the Celestial Sword Saint is bold enough to offend the First Majesty. I think you all know just how terrifying the First Majesty's strength is, said the Celestial Sword Saint. All right. Let's gather a few more people and pay a visit to the Celestial Sword Saint immediately. Over a dozen peak experts quickly gathered from the foreign experts and set off for the Celestial Sword Saint's place of cultivation. The Celestial Sword Saint was an extremely supreme existence on the desolate plain. He was extremely powerful, having already reigned as the greatest expert on the desolate plain for many years. Across the entire desolate plain, no organization dared to stand up to the Celestial Sword Saint. The Sword God Mountains was an ancient mountain range on the desolate plain. There were many straight, sword-shaped mountains there, while the Celestial Sword Saint spent most of his time cultivating in seclusion. He did not pay any attention to the matters of the world. Today, over a dozen peak experts from outside the desolate plain had come together. They were extremely polite, using the excuse of paying a visit. They wanted to find Jianshan in the Sword God Mountains. Piss off. In the next moment, a deafening bellow rang out from the depths of the Sword God Mountains. The terrifying sound waves caused space to crack. The voice was so loud that it rang through the entire desolate plain. With the voice, an extremely powerful, terrifying sword intent radiated from the depths of the Sword God Mountains. At that moment, the entire region seemed to have become a domain of sword chi. The faces of the dozen or so top powerhouses changed in unison, and they were immediately shaken to the point where they staggered back. Celestial Sword Saint, we're only helping the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing. Why must you get in our way? A middle-aged man among the peak experts called out sternly. The person you're looking for isn't with me. If you say another word, I'll take your head. the celestial sword saint replied in a domineering manner. Chapter 2344. These outsiders are really becoming more and more lawless. They're actually bold enough to go to the celestial sword saint's sword god mountains. They're just too confident. They think that they can do whatever they want on the desolate plain and strike fear into everyone's hearts by bringing up the first majesty of the heavenly palace of Bishing. However, they don't even know who the celestial sword saint is. These outsiders can indeed crush us if they work together, but the celestial sword saint has never taken them seriously. These outsiders sure are cautious. They paid a visit to the Sword God Mountains politely and didn't barge in forcefully. Otherwise, I think we would have seen over a dozen heads flying through the air. Sigh, what a pity. The celestial sword saint didn't actually take action. As the celestial sword saint demonstrated his might and forced the peak experts to retreat in dejection in an extremely domineering manner, the native experts and important figures of the various organizations on the desolate plain clashed with their souls and conversed with one another. They all felt extremely pleased. There was also a slight sense of pity among all of them. In the past few days, as peak organizations that ruled the desolate plain, they had already felt extremely frustrated and furious when the outsiders used the name of the heavenly palace of Bishing to search for them fearlessly. However, due to their own strength and their fear of the first majesty of the heavenly palace of Bishing, they were powerless to do anything about it. Only now did the celestial sword saint's domineering reply finally allow these peak organizations that once ruled the desolate plain to hold their heads up high. It's just a pity that the celestial sword saint only cares about cultivation and doesn't pay attention to the matters of the world. He doesn't interfere with any of the conflicts on the desolate plain either. Otherwise, as long as he was willing to stand out, these outsiders wouldn't be so arrogant. What do you know? That's a true otherworldly expert. A few peak experts on the desolate plain were quite critical of the celestial sword saint's decision to allow these outsiders to run amok on the desolate plain. However, after sensing the celestial sword saint's strength, the outsiders became slightly more obedient. They no longer dared to set foot in the Sword God Mountains. However, their search for Jianshan did not slow down. 3 months later, when there were only 2 months left until the selection of the chosen saint, the outsiders gradually lost their patience. They had so many people, so many peak experts, and they had already turned the desolate plain upside down several times, but they still failed to find any traces of Jianshan. Gradually, more and more of them began to lose confidence. They began to believe that Jianshan had already fled the desolate plain. As a result, some clans were prepared to give up on the search in the barren state. Jianshan is still in the barren state. However, just as these people were preparing to leave the desolate state, a voice from beyond the heavens rang out mightily from the distant space. Outside the desolate plain, the pale-faced Azure Ping King hovered in the air silently. His eyes were filled with killing intent as intense killing intent revolved around him. Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance, how are you so sure that Jianshan is on the desolate plain? An outsider asked from the desolate plain. His voice was not loud, but it rang out extremely far, passing through the distant space and ringing out in the Azure Ping King's ears. I once obtained a droplet of Jianshan's blood. With the droplet of blood, I used a secret technique to divine his whereabouts several times. Although the droplet of blood is gone now, I can still vaguely sense his whereabouts. As a result, I'm certain that Jianshan is still hiding on the desolate plain, said the Azure Ping King. Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance, where is Jianshan on the desolate plain? The outsiders gathered on the desolate plain all became excited when they heard that. After searching for so long, they were finally close to finding Jianshan's hiding place. However, at the same time, many experts felt admiration for Jianshan. A puny divine king had actually managed to hide for so long under the search of so many peak experts. That was not something that just anyone could do. If I had obtained a droplet of Jianshan's blood back then, it would have been very easy for me to find him on the desolate plain. But now I've lost the droplet of blood. My senses for him are from when I used the secret technique last time. Now, the senses are becoming more and more blurry and weak. In 3 years at most, the senses will vanish completely, said the Azure Ping King in the air. He knew that once he completely lost his senses for Jianshan, it would truly be impossible for him to find any traces of Jianshan in the vast saint's world. As a result, he could only leak the news out helplessly. Jianshan, even if I can't obtain the Anata Tower, I won't let you live, thought the Azure Ping King. The Azure Ping King thought. He had always been a vengeful person. Once someone he held a grudge against, he would not miss any opportunity to kill them unless they were as powerful as the Celestial Sword Saint. He even held this grudge against the Celestial Sword Saint firmly in his heart. Once there was a day when he could surpass the Celestial Sword Saint in strength, or if he found an opportunity, he would move against the Celestial Sword Saint without any hesitation. And who is the black-robed man who was with Jianshan in the miniature world last time? Once I'm done here, I'll definitely find out your true identity, thought the Azure Ping King. He also held a grudge against Emo Tianyun's original body when he was hunted down last time. The news leaked by the Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance on the desolate plain dispelled all thoughts of retreating. The rumor that Jianshan had already left the desolate plain vanished as well. Immediately, the many experts on the desolate plain began to conduct a final search for Jianshan in an even more detailed manner. Jianshan has hidden himself very well. He has a treasure that conceals his identity and presence. Regular methods are no longer effective. However, no matter how he hides himself, it'll be very difficult for him to hide the level of his blood. We can't peer into Jianshan's past and future. If that's the case, let's peer into all the experts from the Divine King to the Infinite Prime on the desolate plain. We'll search them one by one. As long as we find someone we can't peer into, we'll immediately interrogate them. That's right. We'll search them one by one as a final search. If we still can't find Jianshan before the Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance's senses for him vanish, we'll give up on searching for him. If he's above the Divine King's level of cultivation, we'll personally take action and peer into him right before them. If he's below the Divine King's level of cultivation, we'll directly examine the level of his blood to prevent him from hiding his strength and mixing in with weaker cultivators. I refuse to believe we can't find him with that. Then let's make a final gamble. As for who can find Jianshan in the end and obtain the Anata Tower, it'll all depend on their luck and fortune. The peak experts all gritted their teeth. After all, the desolate plain was vast. There were many divine kings on the desolate plain. No matter how great their cultivation was, peering into every single divine king would take a tremendous toll on them. Chapter 2345. As all the peak experts searched for Jianshan, the person who had started all of this, remained in an underground cave. He cultivated without any distractions, completely entering a state of selflessness as he comprehended the laws of curses as best he could. Invisible laws of the world revolved around him, releasing the power of curses. They were filled with the mysteries of the ways as if all the curses in the world were hidden within them. When he sat down, there was a piece of fortune divine jade that was the size of a millstone placed there. It gave off a dazzling and eye-catching light. Waves of dense fortune energy filled it, causing one's entire soul to involuntarily fall into an ethereal state, becoming more in tune with the world and closer to the great Tao. Cultivation was endless. After who knew how long, a formation engraved on the ground around the fortune jade suddenly shone brightly. A strange pulse radiated from the formation, causing Jianshan to gradually wake up from his cultivation. As soon as he stopped cultivating, the power of the curse around him disappeared in an instant, completely disappearing. The summoning formation was a simple formation Jianshan had cast down. It could wake him up from his cultivation at a set time, preventing him from over-cultivating and forgetting the time, which would cause him to miss out on the opportunity to enter the Tower of Radiance. Jianchen slowly opened his eyes as he sat on the fortune jade. He glanced at the summoning formation on the ground indifferently and murmured, "There's still 2 months. I can't continue comprehending the laws." His laws of curses did not break through to Divine King's realm like the laws of strength and the laws of space during the past few months. It remained at mid-over God. There was just far too little time. In just 4 short months, it was impossible for him to break through from the threshold of deity to God King in a single stroke. Jianchen stood up from the fortune jade and entered the Anata tower with the senses of his soul. Qing Yishuan sat on the 9th floor with her eyes closed as she comprehended the laws of the sword. Strands of sharp sword qi gathered around her as the power of the laws of the sword revolved around her. Jianchen did not enter the Anata tower. Instead, he used the senses of his soul to probe Qing Yishuan's situation. He silently stared at Qing Yishuan, who had entered a state of selflessness. He could not help but think about how he had suddenly become agitated when he had just comprehended the laws. The light in his eyes immediately flickered. He was not an ordinary person. Instead, he was a powerful divine king who had grasped part of the truths of the world and comprehended several laws. He was also a powerful fighter who could kill infinite primes. He would never feel something like this for no reason. As a result, he was certain that something bad had happened. However, no matter how he searched and thought about it, he was unable to come up with anything. He could only bury this matter in his heart. Now that he saw Qing Yishuan inherit the golden core of laws from the human expert, Jianchen could not help but associate it with the agitation he had experienced in the past. For a moment, he had no idea whether it was a blessing or a curse for Qing Yishuan to inherit the legacies of the laws of the 8 experts. However, with another thought, he stopped worrying when he thought about how the righteous aura of the world lingered around the human expert for so long. He understood that even if the golden cores of laws passed down by the 8 great experts were deceitful and had other motives, at the very least, the human expert would never do such a thing. This was because it was completely inconsistent with his righteous bearing. With Qing Yishuan's current progress, she'll probably need over 200 years to reach the level of the Divine King. Jianchen stared at Qing Yishuan silently. After hesitating slightly, he tossed the fortune jade to Qing Yishuan and made her sit down. He could already control a portion of the Anata Tower's power, so he could be regarded as half a master of the Anata Tower. As a result, he could do this without disturbing Qing Yishuan. I hope she can comprehend the level of the Divine King as soon as possible. Jianchen was filled with anticipation for Qing Yishuan. Just when he was about to withdraw the senses of his soul from the Anata Tower, Kea suddenly appeared on the 9th floor. She seemed to know that the senses of Jianchen's soul were here, so she said to the empty space, "Jianchen, I want to stay in the cavern for a while." Jianchen already knew that the 9 floors of the Anata Tower were unable to stop Kea, so he did not find it strange at all when Kea suddenly appeared on the 9th floor. Afterwards, with a thought, Jianchen made Kea leave the Anata Tower. As soon as Kea appeared in the cavern, she stared at the chained bodies of the 8 experts before looking at the depths of the cavern from time to time. She sank into her thoughts in the direction where the greatest king of the ancient great apes, Gusta, was being nurtured. "Kea, have you discovered something?" Jianchen asked when he noticed Kea's abnormality. Kea shook her head. A sliver of confusion and bewilderment appeared in her eyes. She said nothing. Jianchen did not pursue the matter. He said to Kea, "Then be careful. I'll go retrieve the 3 strands of vital energy." Afterwards, Jianchen left Kea alone while he directly flew towards the ancient beasts in the distance. The 3 strands of vital energy were promised to him by 3 of the 8 experts. The 3 of them were originally colossal ancient beasts, so the method to collect the vital energy had already been imprinted in Jianchen's head when he inherited their legacies. Before long, Jianchen arrived before one of the ancient beasts. He stood before the huge head of the ancient beast and used the power of laws that the ancient beast had passed down to him to use a secret technique. Afterwards, he gently placed his hand on the head and drew out the vital energy hidden within the ancient beast. Before long, a fist-sized ball of pure vital energy appeared in Jianshan's hand. It pulsed with powerful energy. Jianshan's eyes shone brightly when he saw the ball of vital energy. Even though there was not a lot of vital energy, its purity had completely exceeded his imagination. The terrifying energy hidden within it shocked him even more. What terrifying pulses of energy! Just the energy within this ball of vital energy is enough to raise the chaotic body from the 12th layer to the 13th layer, and there might even be some left over. Jianshan was shocked. Back then, he had used up a tremendous amount of resources to raise the chaotic body from the 12th layer to the 13th layer. Yet now, just the ball of vital energy in his hand was more than enough. This ball of vital energy is extremely tremendous to me, but it's probably not even a 10,000th of what it used to be to this ancient beast, thought Jianshan. After drawing away the ball of vital energy, the tremendous vital energy within the ancient beast did not decrease at all, Jianshan thought. However, the remaining vital energy in his body had been locked up by the chains, so he could not draw it out at all. The reason why the ball of vital energy in his hand had not been sealed up by the chains was because the ancient beast had left it behind when it was alive. Afterwards, Jianshan visited 2 other ancient beasts and used different methods to obtain 2 more balls of vital energy. Every single ball of vital energy was extremely powerful. The tremendous amount of energy within them was enough for him to reach the 13th layer of the chaotic body from the 12th layer. It's a pity that my chaotic body has already reached the 13th layer. If I want to break through to the 14th layer, the energy I need is 10 times more than the energy needed to break through to the 13th layer. P.S. Xiaoyao's official account on WeChat has already released a ranking of the top 10 beauties. The ranking of the top 10 beauties has already been released. It's all characters from the book. If you want to take a look, please follow Xiaoyao's official account on WeChat, Xingxingxiao110. Pinyin was the pen name of Xinxing Xiaoyao. There was also a phone number for the police. You could also search for Xinxing Xiaoyao's pen name in the official account on WeChat. After following him, you could reply to Xiaoyao's official account to see the ranking of the top 10 beauties in the past. Chapter 2346. Whatever. I'll absorb the 3 vital energies first. Jianshan sat down and carefully inspected the 3 vital energies in his hand. After confirming that there were no problems, he immediately began to absorb the tremendous energy within them. Although the 3 strands of vital energy were nowhere near enough for his chaotic body to break through to the next layer, it could strengthen the chaotic Niden in his dantian slightly, increasing the amount of chaotic force within it. As a result, the energy he needed to break through would decrease slightly. Jianshan's chaotic body had reached the major achievement, so both the speed at which he absorbed and refined energy was extremely fast. One of the vital energies in his hand decreased at a visible rate. Not only did the 3 vital energies contain tremendous energy, but they also contained a small portion of vital energies and some essence of flesh and blood. As a result, Jianshan benefited greatly from absorbing the 3 vital energies. Not only did he feel his chaotic Niden rapidly strengthen, but even his vital energies increased as well. In particular, when the essence of flesh and blood fused with his chaotic body, he immediately felt comfortable. All the pores on his body could not help but open up. Every single cell and particle in his body was like a hungry tiger, greedily devouring the limited amount of essence of flesh and blood. The essence of flesh and blood came from 3 extremely powerful beasts after all. It was of extremely high quality, so it was indeed a great supplement to Jianshan's chaotic body. As he absorbed the essence of flesh and blood, Jianshan could clearly sense that his chaotic body was rapidly strengthening. It was undergoing a metamorphosis at its very core, experiencing a huge leap in strength. After an entire month and a half, Jian Chun finally absorbed all 3 strands of vital energy. Even though his chaotic body was still at the 13th layer, his body had become slightly more powerful than before due to the essence of flesh and blood that had fused with his body. My chaotic body is probably no weaker than the 14th layer now. Jianchen secretly rejoiced when he sensed the explosive power within his body. His chaotic body had been refined by a strand of true chaotic force when he fused the twin swords. Coupled with the essence of flesh and blood he had just absorbed, his chaotic body had far exceeded the toughness of the 13th layer. If I include the amplification of my body from the laws of strength, my chaotic body will grow even stronger. I wonder what heavenly layer of infinite prime my current battle prowess is equivalent to, thought Jianchen. However, he was certain that his current battle prowess was much greater than when he killed the infinite prime on planet Tianming. At this moment, Jianchen flipped his hand, and a beautiful flower appeared in his palm. The flower seemed to possess a mind of its own. As soon as it appeared, it swayed towards Jianchen as if it was trying to get on his good side. It seemed to be very close to him. This was the immortal devouring orchid. Jianchen had obtained it from the Poseidon Palace. He had learnt from the sword spirits that the immortal devouring orchid was rather renowned in the immortals' world. It specialized in devouring the corpses of immortals, so its growth rate was extremely shocking. However, the immortal devouring orchid was just too weak right now, and Jianchen's opponents were either the Divine King or the Primordial Realm. As a result, the immortal devouring orchid was unable to devour the corpses of these experts, so its growth rate was rather slow. However, even with that being the case, it had reached the origin realm after consuming a few droplets of Jianchen's chaotic blood. I'll give you a droplet of essence blood. I hope you can reach godhood as soon as possible. Once you reach godhood, you should be able to absorb the Divine King's blood slowly. The 2 Divine King's corpses in the Divine Hall have been kept for you. Once you become powerful enough, there'll be an infinite prime's corpse for you to enjoy as well. Jianchen dripped a droplet of essence blood that contained his vital energies into the immortal devouring orchid. As the sword spirits had quite a high evaluation of the immortal devouring orchid, he was filled with anticipation for its future. He did not hold back when nurturing it. The immortal devouring orchid seemed to understand Jianchen's words. After fusing with the droplet of essence blood, it curled up happily and began to absorb the essence blood's power. Although Jianchen's blood was much more powerful than the Divine King's, the immortal devouring orchid did not harm the immortal devouring orchid because it had already accepted Jianchen as its master. Coupled with Jianchen's purposeful actions, it could absorb it successfully. Jianchen stowed the immortal devouring orchid away and found Kea in the underground cavern. Kea currently sat on the ground as he stared at the depths of the cavern in a daze. Jianchen, are you about to leave? Kea looked over and asked Jianchen. Jianchen nodded. The competition to become the chosen saint of the Radiant Saint Hall is about to begin. I need to leave. Kea stared at the depths of the cavern and said gently, the vital energy there hides a very terrifying power. If you can obtain it, it'll be extremely beneficial to you. Jianchen immediately looked at the pool of blood that nourished Gusta's body. He sighed gently, indeed, but it'll be very difficult to approach that place. Jianchen paused when he reached there. A thought flashed through his head and he said, let's try using the Anata Tower. Kea, for safety's sake, you should enter the tower with me. Kea nodded and did not object. Afterwards, Jianchen and Kea entered the Anata Tower. They carefully moved towards the pool of blood that Gusta resided in. When they arrived 100 kilometers away from the pool of blood, the pool began to churn violently once again. It was like a serpent was wreaking havoc in there, erupting with powerful vital energy. Immediately, the space there shook as chains danced in the air. It seemed like a terrifying storm was brewing. It was extremely powerful and terrifying. The vital energy was just too powerful. The closer they got, the more powerful the impact became. It truly possessed devastating power. Even primordial realm experts would not dare to venture too far in. However, no matter how vicious it was unable to stop the Anata Tower. Under Jianshan's control, the Anata Tower endured the incoming vital energy. It staggered through the storm, constantly venturing deeper and deeper. As the Anata Tower drew closer and closer to the pool of blood, Jianshan's eyes gradually lit up. However, in the end, when the Anata Tower was only 3 kilometers away from the pool of blood, a powerful barrier suddenly rose up from the edge of the pool. The Anata Tower under Jianshan's control was unable to break through the barrier no matter what. It was blocked outside. It doesn't work. I can't approach it at all. Jianshan sighed gently from within the Anata Tower. He was filled with pity. He could sense that the barrier had been cast down by an extremely terrifying expert. It was probably the handiwork of the other 2 kings of the ancient Great Ape. Jianshan, I want to stay here for a while longer, Kea said from beside Jianshan. Jianshan glanced at Kea strangely when he heard that. However, he nodded in agreement and did not say anything more. After all, this was Kea's freedom. He had no reason to turn him down. Moreover, the cavern was extremely well hidden, so it was extremely safe for Kea to stay here. Chapter 2347. Somewhere on the desolate plain, there was a swamp shrouded in poisonous gas. It was extremely desolate. Very few people would set foot here. Only a few venomous beasts would prowl the area all year round, hunting for food. At this moment, the calm swamp suddenly began to churn in an extremely abnormal manner. It was as if something was rapidly emerging from the bottom of the swamp. The disturbance there attracted the attention of the venomous beasts nearby. They quickly gathered over and stared at the area with their cold eyes. Very soon, the churning swamp suddenly split open. A white-robed figure bathed in a layer of light silently emerged from the swamp. To no surprise, the figure was Jianshan. Jianshan was enveloped by a layer of pure white light. He emerged from the swamp without being stained by the mud. The moment they saw Jianshan, the venomous beasts in the surroundings that were clearly not very intelligent immediately roared out and charged towards Jianshan. Jianshan did not even glance at the venomous beasts. With a wave of his hand, a few radiant swords shot out, reducing the venomous beasts to pieces. Afterwards, he identified his location and immediately rose into the air with Radiant Saint light, directly hurrying towards the Radiant Saint Hall. Jianshan only displayed the speed of a one-colored soul core, so he did not move quickly. When he left the swamp and was about to approach a city, he was suddenly stopped by a cultivator who seemed to be in his 30s. This martial artist was in the heavenly god realm. He was extremely fat, but his face had a simple and honest look. At first glance, he looked a little silly. "Stop. Please show me your blood medallion," the plump, honest-looking young man said to Jianshan gently. Jianshan frowned when he heard that. He had remained underground for over 2 years, so he naturally had no idea what had happened in the outside world during that time. He had no idea what the so-called blood medallion was. Before Jianshan could reply, another middle-aged man flew over from afar. The middle-aged man wore the same clothes as the plump young man, so it was obvious that they came from the same organization. As soon as the middle-aged man arrived beside the plump young man, he smacked his head in annoyance and said, "You idiot! Even if you can't recognize the robes of the Radiant Saint Hall, you should be able to recognize Radiant Saint Force. The blood medallion of a disciple of the Radiant Saint Hall will naturally be checked by people of higher status. Why are you interfering?" Afterwards, the middle-aged man did not care that Jianshan only had a one-colored soul core at all. He clasped his fist towards Jianshan in a friendly manner and said, "Brother, my junior brother is a little slow-witted. If he has offended you before, please don't take offense." Jianshan smiled faintly and exchanged some pleasantries with the middle-aged man. Afterwards he asked, "Senior, may I ask what this blood medallion is?" The middle-aged man's impression of Jianchen immediately improved when he saw how the disciple of the Radiant Saint Hall was so friendly and did not act like a disciple of a peak sect. However, Jianchen's question did surprise the middle-aged man. "You actually don't know about the blood medallion?" The middle-aged man stared at Jianchen strangely. "I spent 2 years in seclusion in the wilderness, ignoring the matters of the world. I have no idea what happened in the outside world during that time," said Jianchen. "I see." The middle-aged man came to a realization before explaining to Jianchen extremely patiently. The blood medallion actually only appeared recently. It was created by the peak experts on the desolate plain together with many peak organizations. They order all the cultivators on the desolate plain, regardless of their cultivation, and even mortals who have never cultivated before, to use a wondrous treasure to test their blood. Afterwards, they will give a blood medallion to everyone who passes the test. Only with a blood medallion can they move about the desolate plain normally. "What if they don't have a blood medallion?" Jianchen asked with a frown. "Then they'll obviously be captured and forced to test their blood," said the middle-aged man. Afterwards, he smiled embarrassedly and said to Jianchen, "Of course, you're a disciple of a peak sect. Disciples of smaller sects like us don't dare to offend you at all. However, there are a few enforcers from other peak sects who specialize in handling matters like this. Look, this is a blood medallion. It's forged from special materials. Every single blood medallion possesses the imprint of our lives, so it can't be fake." The middle-aged man was extremely polite to Jianchen. He told him everything he knew and even took the initiative to show him his blood medallion. Jianchen studied the blood medallion in the middle-aged man's hand and said nothing more. After thanking the middle-aged man, he directly left. "Protector Zhou, he's only a disciple with a low cultivation. Why are you so polite to him?" the honest-looking young man asked in confusion after Jianchen left. The middle-aged man called Protector Zhou smacked the young man's forehead again and said unhappily, "Idiot, he's not a regular disciple. His attire is something exclusive to inner sect disciples. Only star-ranked geniuses can enjoy such treatment in the Radiant Saint Hall. Every single genius like that possesses extremely great statuses. They're not people our small quantity mountain can afford to offend. Do you understand?" However, Jianchen's face immediately sank after he left. It was impossible for him to not understand that the so-called blood medallion was something the peak experts had specially created to find him. However, it had to be mentioned that the introduction of the blood medallion really did give Jianchen a headache. Even though he could hide the pulses of energy in his blood such that the Divine King would not be able to see through it, he was unable to hide the level of his blood no matter what. This was because even if the blood of the Divine King did not possess any energy, it was still very different from the blood of other low-level cultivators. Let alone treasures, some people with greater cultivations could even see through it with a single glance. It was possible to say that once his blood was tested, his disguise as a Radiant Saint Master would immediately be exposed. "I need to enter the Tower of Radiance as soon as possible. As long as I enter the Tower of Radiance and obtain what I want, it won't matter even if my identity is exposed," Jianchen thought. He felt more and more pressured. She really did not have a lot of time left. Afterwards, Jianchen increased his speed and used the teleportation formations in the nearby cities. After a few short teleportations, he finally returned to the Radiant Saint Hall successfully. During this time, he often saw many people checking the blood medallions of the cultivators in the various cities. His identity as a disciple of the Radiant Saint Hall saved Jianchen quite a lot of trouble. As a result, the people who checked the blood medallions did not dare to stop Jianchen. The current Radiant Saint Hall had undergone some slight changes compared to when Jianchen left. The most obvious change was that a large square had been set up in the External Affairs Hall. The words Bloodline Test stood beside it. Currently, many Radiant Saint Masters had gathered on the square. They were taking their blood tests one after another. Among them, many Radiant Saint Masters had already taken out finger-sized blood medallions. They studied them curiously. However, compared to the outside world, the blood tests of the Radiant Saint Hall were clearly much more relaxed. They were not as strict. Chapter 23:48. When Jianchen returned to the soaring cloud's peak, the entire place was silent. With his sharp senses, he discovered that neither Zhuofeng nor Han Xian were on the soaring cloud's peak. He glanced into the distance and discovered that there were quite a few Radiant Saint Masters of various strengths flying in the direction of the sky-gazing peak with lightning speed from the other mountains. Jianchen immediately went up to stop a Radiant Saint Master with a one-colored soul core and asked about the situation. The Radiant Saint Master stopped by Jianchen was a young woman. After hearing Jianchen's words, she immediately looked at Jianchen with an extremely strange gaze. She said, "Ah, don't you know? The Lord of the Soaring Clouds Peak and the Lord of the Snowfall Peak are fighting on the sky-gazing peak right now. I heard they're fighting over a spot as one of the 9 retainers." A gleam of light flashed through Jianchen's eyes when he heard that. After clasping his fist at the young woman, he did not stop at all. A pair of radiant wings appeared on his back, and he hurried towards the sky-gazing peak as quickly as he could. Jianchen pushed his speed to the limit along the way. With his one-colored soul core, he actually constantly surpassed Radiant Saint Masters with 3-colored soul cores, causing many Radiant Saint Masters to raise their eyebrows. Who is this person? From his cultivation, he seems to only have a one-colored soul core. How is he so shockingly fast? He can actually use the radiant wings to such an extent. Does he really only have a one-colored soul core? The person who just surpassed us seems to be Changyang of the Soaring Clouds Peak. What? He's Changyang? The person who's rumored to have mastered Radiant Saint Force? Cries constantly rang out in the surroundings, but Jianchen ignored them all. He only hurried along as quickly as he could, flying past mountain after mountain before finally arriving at the sky-gazing peak. At this moment, the huge square on the sky-gazing peak was filled with people. Many Radiant Saint Masters of various strengths had gathered there. A huge ring hovered in the center of the square. Jianchen saw Han Xian in the ring with a single glance as he fought an intense battle with a skinny, middle-aged man. The suspended arena was a supreme quality saint artifact. There was a powerful energy barrier around the arena that could easily withstand the battle of a late divine king. At this moment, the battle between Han Xian and the Lord of the Snowfall Peak had reached its climax. The laws of the hallowed crisscrossed around the two of them, colliding time and time again, erupting with powerful ripples of energy. The ripples of energy were all blocked by the energy barrier around the ring, so their battle was unable to harm the spectating Radiant Saint Masters at all. The two of them clashed extremely quickly. A few of the weaker Radiant Saint Masters were dazzled by the sight. They were unable to keep up with the speed of the battle at all. Jianchen frowned as he watched the battle. With his level of cultivation, he could naturally see the battle in the ring clearly. He could tell with a single glance that Han Xian was quite a lot weaker than the Lord of the Snowfall Peak. He clearly showed signs of defeat now. Defeat was only a matter of time. The Lord of the Snowfall Peak should have reached the peak of early 7-colored soul core, thought Jianchen. The Lord of the Snowfall Peak was equivalent to the peak of early Divine King, only a step away from mid-Divine King. On the other hand, Han Xian had only become a Divine King recently. As expected, before long, the Lord of the Snowfall Peak struck Han Xian in the chest with a palm strike imbued with the laws of the Hallowed. He was knocked away, slamming heavily against the energy barrier around the ring. He was unable to climb back to his feet. The Lord of the Snowfall Peak, Zhou Yuan, is victorious. The Lord of the Sky Gazing Peak's voice rang out in a timely manner, announcing the end of the battle. After that, the energy shield of the suspended arena opened, and the thin and small Snowfall Peak Master, who was dressed in white, walked down the arena with a red face amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the thousands of disciples. Han Xian, on the other hand, was lying on the suspended platform, covered in blood. He was severely injured. Teacher! Teacher! Zhuofeng and Bai Yu, who had been waiting below the ring for quite some time, immediately flew up. They looked at the heavily injured Han Xian with sorrow. Jianshan arrived on the ring as soon as possible as well. He said nothing and directly used a Radiant Saint technique to heal Han Xian's wounds. Both Bai Yu and Zhuofeng were slightly surprised when they saw Jianshan suddenly appear. Even the gloomy eyes of the heavily injured Han Xian lit up slightly. However, they were clearly in no mood to catch up right now. Han Xian, you think you can compete with me for a spot? Why don't you take a look at yourself first? You overestimate yourself. At this moment, the Lord of the Snowfall Peak, who had already left the ring, suddenly looked back and sneered. Han Xian, you should feel fortunate that this is the Radiant Saint Hall. If we were outside, I might not be able to kill you due to the rules of the Sacred Hall, but I would definitely take away half of your life. The Lord of the Snowfall Peak's voice was filled with arrogance. He did not seem to take Han Xian seriously at all. Afterwards, the Lord of the Snowfall Peak looked at Jianshan, and his gaze became extremely cold. Although this was the first time he had seen Jianshan, how could he not treat the person who had injured his second disciple, Wencheng? However, Jianshan only had a one-colored soul core, so he was no different from an ant in his eyes. With his status, there was naturally no need for him to speak to Jianshan. Just when the Lord of the Snowfall Peak wanted to look away, Jianshan just happened to look over and meet his eyes. However, it was this glance that made the heart of the Peak Master of the Snowfall Peak jump violently. He seemed to have an ominous feeling in his heart. But soon afterwards, the Lord of the Snowfall Peak laughed self-deprecatingly. He thought, what's wrong with me? Have I been frightened by a mere disciple with a one-colored soul core? The Lord of the Snowfall Peak did not care too much. He left under the admiring gazes of his disciples. On the soaring clouds peak, Han Xian had already been escorted back by Jianshan, Bai Yu, and Zhuofeng. At this moment, Han Xian sat in his tiny wooden hut on the top of the soaring clouds peak as he healed with Radiant Saint Force. Junior sister, what's going on? Why has teacher become involved with the Lord of the Snowfall Peak? Jianshan asked Bai Yu softly from outside the hut. Bai Yu looked at the wooden hut before her and said with a heavy heart, it's all for the 9 retainers of the 5 candidates. Among the 5 candidates, Donglin Yen Shui still lacks a final retainer. The battle between teacher and the Lord of the Snowfall Peak is actually for the final retainer of Donglin Yen Shui. Jianshan frowned when he heard that. He suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He said, strange. Aren't the 9 retainers only chosen by the chosen saint? I heard that there are some changes to the chosen saint's battle this time around. It seems that the 5 chosen saints all have the right to choose their 9 retainers. This seems to be related to the first round of the chosen saint's battle, said Bai Yu. In other words, the 9 retainers of Donglin Yen Shui have all been decided? Jianshan asked. That's right. I heard from my master that among the 9 retainers of Donglin Yen Shui, there's only one. Aside from the Lord of the Snowfall Peak, the other 8 retainers all possess mid-7-colored soul cores, said Bai Yu. The master she spoke of was naturally the elder who had taken her away from the soaring clouds peak. Chapter 2349. In the past, he had given Donglin Yen Shui a pure soul, allowing her cultivation to increase drastically over the past 2 years and assist her in becoming the chosen saint. Wasn't he just trying to obtain a position as one of the 9 retainers so that he could enter the Tower of Radiance? In the end, now that the competition between the chosen saints was close, he learnt from Bai Yu that Donglin Yen Shui's position as one of the 9 retainers had already been confirmed. Jianshan was extremely furious that Donglin Yen Shui had broken her promise. He could not hide his identity on the desolate plain for much longer. Once the eyes of the people who tested his blood landed on him, he would fly into a rage. Although the blood tests were not as strict in the Radiant Saint Hall right now as compared to the outside world, he knew that as time went on, all the disciples in the Radiant Saint Hall would be tested like the cultivators outside. As a result, he really did not have much time left. Once he failed to enter the Tower of Radiance through his identity as one of the 9 retainers of Donglin Yen-shui, he might lose the opportunity to enter the Tower of Radiance forever. Among the 5 candidates, Donglin Yen-shui has been progressing extremely quickly. I heard from my teacher that Donglin Yen-shui only had an early 4-colored soul core 2 or 3 years ago, but she's already reached the peak of the 4-colored soul core now. She's only a step away from reaching the 5-colored soul core. She's only a step away from reaching the peak of the 4-colored soul core. Although the other 4 candidates have been progressing very quickly in the past 2 years, none of them have reached the peak of the 4-colored soul core. As a result, Donglin Yen-shui has already gone from being the weakest to being the strongest among the 5 candidates. My master also said that Donglin Yen-shui's usage and control of Radiant Saint Force has improved by leaps and bounds in the past 2 years. She has become even more proficient. Out of the 5 candidates, she has at least a 70% chance of becoming the chosen saint. Bai Yu looked at Jianchen and seemed to be implying something. She knew that Donglin Yen-shui had stayed in Jianchen's dwelling for half a month. Jianchen listened to Donglin Yen-shui's changes in the past 2 years emotionlessly. In the end, he finally could not hold himself back anymore. After ordering Bai Yu to take care of Han Xian, he immediately left the Soaring Clouds Peak. He condensed a pair of Radiant Saint Force and shot off towards the Myriad Flowers Peak with lightning speed. There were less than 7 days until the day of the chosen saint chosen. As a result, Jianchen's Saint Radiant Saint Force. Jianchen could hear many Radiant Saint Masters' discussions. It was no secret that Donglin Yen-shui's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds in the past 2 years. It had already spread like wildfire, so Jianchen heard quite a few discussions about Donglin Yen-shui as well. There were many different versions of the discussions. However, a small portion of people believed that Donglin Yen-shui's improvement in the past 2 years was related to Chang Yang of the Soaring Clouds Peak. Pfft. Chang Yang only has a 1-colored soul core. It's said that he's only a 1-star genius. How can he help Donglin Yen-shui, a 9-star genius who already has a 4-colored soul core? Naturally, there were even more people who scoffed at these discussions. The discussions either came from the whispering Radiant Saint Masters in the air or from the nearby mountains. Jianchen heard all of it with his great senses. Jianchen remained silent along the way. With the speed of his 1-colored soul core, he finally arrived at the Myriad Flowers Peak after several hours. The moment he set foot on the Myriad Flowers Peak, Jianchen's powerful senses expanded, enveloping the entire peak. The Lord of the Myriad Flowers Peak was equivalent to a mid-divine king, so Jianchen did not dare to use the senses of his soul here, just in case the Lord of the Myriad Flowers Peak sensed it and led to unnecessary trouble. However, he did not need to worry about being sensed by the Lord of the Myriad Flowers Peak. But very soon, Jianchen's face sank. Donglin Yen-shui was no longer on the Myriad Flowers Peak. Isn't that Chang Yang of the Soaring Clouds Peak? It really is him. I heard that Senior Yen-shui traveled great distances to the Soaring Clouds Peak to find him, and she even stayed in Chang Yang's dwelling for half a month, so he's Chang Yang. He doesn't look like much. His cultivation is nothing special, and it's said that he has no background either. I really don't understand why Senior Yen-shui would take a liking to someone like him. Shu, don't talk nonsense. How could Senior Yen-shui take a liking to him? Last time, Senior Yen-shui went to find Chang Yang, and it was said that it was completely for an exchange of cultivation. Most of the disciples on the Myriad Flowers Peak were female, but there were quite a few male disciples among them. Immediately, many of them discovered Jianchen's arrival. They all looked over curiously as they discussed softly in the distance. Jianshan did not stick around. He turned around and left the Myriad Flowers Peak, returning to the Soaring Clouds Peak. Since Donglin Yanshui was not on the Myriad Flowers Peak, she must be in the Sacred Hall. It was impossible for Jianshan to set foot in that place right now. Several hours later, Jianshan returned to the Soaring Clouds Peak. He did not go to the top of the Soaring Clouds Peak. Instead, he sat on a rock outside his dwelling quietly as he stared at the misty mountains in the distance in a daze. Do I really have to expose the fact that I've comprehended the laws of the hallowed? At this moment, Jianshan struggled inside. Donglin Yanshui's broken promise had placed him in a dilemma. He had no idea what to do. Should he give up on the chance to enter the Tower of Radiance and flee far away from the desolate plain, or should he directly expose the fact that he had comprehended the laws of the hallowed with a one-colored soul core and become the only genius of the Radiant Saint Hall in 1,000,000 years and immediately become the chosen saint? However, he would be reluctant to leave just like that. However, if he directly exposed his talent, he would immediately become a dazzling figure that everyone paid attention to. That would instead increase the risk of his identity being exposed. After all, once he became the chosen saint, the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall would definitely investigate his past carefully. He might even be able to peer into his past and future. Just as Jianshan was stuck between a rock and a hard place, a person enveloped in light entered the Soaring Clouds Peak, obscuring their appearance. However, Jianshan's eyes suddenly narrowed when the figure arrived. A sliver of surprise appeared on his face. Even though the person was covered by light, obscuring her appearance, Jianshan could tell with a single glance that she was Donglin Yanshui. "I'm entering your dwelling," Donglin Yanshui said to Jianshan secretly while covering her track. She directly flew into Jianshan's dwelling. A gleam of light flashed through Jianshan's eyes. He returned to his simple dwelling silently and immediately cast down a formation at the entrance. Donglin Yanshui frowned slightly when she saw Jianshan cast down an earth-level formation. With a wave of her hand, she took the initiative to throw out a formation disc and cast down an even higher-level formation. Afterwards, she withdrew the light and revealed her original appearance. "I'll be watched wherever I go now. I have no choice but to do this," Donglin Yanshui said to Jianshan helplessly. Jianshan was emotionless. He stared at Donglin Yanshui's beauty and said coldly, "You didn't keep your promise." Donglin Yanshui apologetically said, "I know, but this matter has already exceeded my control. I can no longer decide on the 9 retainers. I really do feel extremely sorry." Donglin Yanshui was filled with guilt. Jianshan frowned when he heard that. Donglin Yanshui sighed gently. "The 9 retainers are either very close to the esteemed elders of the Radiant Saint Hall, or they possess a certain background. In reality, it's not just me. Even the 9 retainers of the other 4 candidates were not chosen by themselves. They were not directly appointed by the elders. Instead, they were pushed on by the clans behind them. The Tower of Radiance of the Radiant Saint Hall only opens once very rarely, and the Tower of Radiance hides incredible fortuitous encounters. It's a place that all hallowed Saint Masters look forward to. As a result, every single one of the 9 retainers of the 5 candidates is in great demand right now. We so-called candidates have no way of arranging them at all. Then what's the conflict between my teacher and the Snowfall Peak about? Jianshan asked. The Han family that the Lord of the Soaring Clouds Peak, Han Xian, comes from is a renowned clan. Even though his branch does not possess a great status in the Han family, Han Xian's seniors have given some people of our Donglin clan quite a lot of benefits, which is why they have the right to compete for the 9 retainers. As for the Peak Lord of the Snowfall Peak, Zhou Yuan, the organization behind him has always been hostile to the Han family. When the Han family gave him gifts, the organization behind the Peak Lord of the Snowfall Peak also gave some people of our Donglin clan some benefit. They got people of our Donglin clan to negotiate with the elders and arrange a battle between Zhou Yuan and Han Xian so that they could compete for the final spot, said Donglin Yanshui. Jianshan's face became extremely sunken when he heard Donglin Yanshui's explanation. He had never thought that the 9 retainers would all be arranged by the elders of the Sacred Hall and a few large organizations behind the scenes. Even more laughable was that he had gone to great lengths to nurture Donglin Yanshui, only to end up benefiting someone else. Actually, it's not like there's no way at all. If one of my 9 retainers is missing, I can arrange for one myself. Donglin Yanshui looked at Jianshan deeply. Didn't you say that you couldn't make the decision? Jianshan frowned. There are only 6 days left until the competition between the chosen saint and the chosen saint. If there's not enough time to choose a new candidate, I can choose someone to make up the numbers. Of course, I can't guarantee that it'll succeed, but it's the last resort, said Donglin Yanshui. Then it's the same as not saying anything. I won't see you out. Jianshan snorted coldly and directly asked her to leave. Donglin Yanshui sighed gently. She glanced at Jianshan guiltily before turning around and leaving. Chapter 2350. I have to enter the Tower of Radiance no matter what. Jianshan secretly made up his mind. The Snowfall Peak was not far away from the Soaring Clouds Peak. There were only 3 mountains between them. On this day, 3 middle-aged men in the attire of Radiant Saint Masters arrived outside the Snowfall Peak. They smiled as they hovered there. One of them said, "Zhou Yuan, your old friends have come to visit. I wonder if it's convenient for you." The 3 middle-aged men were the lords of a peak in the Radiant Saint Hall. They all possessed 7 colored soul cores. In the past, there was no need for them to report when they came to visit the Lord of the Snowfall Peak. They could directly climb the mountain. But now, the Lord of the Snowfall Peak, Zhou Yuan, had become one of the 9 retainers of Donglin Yanshui. It was extremely likely for him to enter the Tower of Radiance in the future, so his status was completely different from before. As a result, the 3 of them could not act as casually as before when they came to visit this time. The 3 peak lords waited for a while, but they did not receive a reply from the Lord of the Snowfall Peak, Zhou Yuan. Instead, the first disciple of the Snowfall Peak, Zhao Mu, took the initiative to receive them. Zhao Mu seemed to be a young man in his 30s. He was composed and possessed some talent. He had only cultivated for around 2,000 years, yet he already possessed a 4-colored soul core. He had comprehended the laws of the Hallowed when he had a 3-colored soul core, so he was the disciple that the Lord of the Snowfall Peak was most proud of. Greetings to the 3 peak lords. You've come at a bad time. Teacher isn't on the Snowfall Peak right now. Zhao Mu clasped his fist politely. What? Zhou Yuan isn't on the Snowfall Peak? Then where has he gone? The 3 peak lords were surprised. Zhao Mu hesitated when he heard that. He said, "In a few days, it will be the competition between the chosen saints. Teacher is currently preparing for the competition, so he has already left the Radiant Saint Hall to buy some saint artifacts that can increase his strength. If that's the case, we won't disturb you any longer. Let's go." The 3 peak lords were disappointed when they heard that. They did not climb the Snowfall Peak anymore, turning around and leaving. After the 3 of them left, a figure quietly walked out of the dense clouds in the distance. This person looked to be in his 20s, but his appearance was ordinary and there was nothing outstanding about him. He was Jianshan, who had disguised himself as Chong Yang. The Lord of the Snowfall Peak has actually left the Radiant Saint Hall. Jianshan stared at the Snowfall Peak from very far away. He did not use the senses of his soul. Instead, he used his great senses to hear every single word that Zhao Mu and the 3 peak lords said. That's good. A fierce look flashed in Jianshan's eyes. In the next moment, his figure once again hid in the clouds and disappeared. It was as if he had never appeared, and no one could find a trace of him. Afterwards, Jianshan concealed his presence and did not register himself in the External Affairs Hall. He avoided everyone and left the Radiant Saint Hall without anyone knowing. With his current level of cultivation, if he really did not want to be discovered, even if there was a divine king in the Foreign Affairs Hall, no one would be able to detect his whereabouts. Thus, no one knew of his departure this time. After leaving the Radiant Saint Hall, Jianchen continued to conceal himself. He continued on his way, and when he was several 100,000 kilometers away from the Radiant Saint Hall, he vanished into a forest with a flash. A moment later, when he reappeared, he was already dressed in black, and his appearance had undergone an earth-shattering change. He disguised himself as an abnormally tall and sturdy burly man who was over 2 meters tall with a ferocious look on his face. No one would be able to connect him to the slender Radiant Saint Master from before when they saw his figure. Although the Lord of the Snowfall Peak has left, no one knows where he has gone with how large the desolate plain is. As a result, I can only wait for him on the path he must take to return to the Radiant Saint Hall. Jianchen looked into the distance. His gaze was extremely sharp as it radiated with soul-stirring killing intent. This time, I can't let the Lord of the Snowfall Peak leave the Radiant Saint Hall alive, Jianchen thought. Afterwards, he pushed off with his feet. As the laws of strength revolved around him, he shot off like an arrow, as a black streak of light. He shot off into the distance with lightning speed, disappearing into the horizon in a single instant. In the end, Jianchen stopped when he was sufficiently far away from the Radiant Saint Hall. After that, he found a secluded place. He carefully concealed his aura and quietly waited for the rabbit to appear. This was a place he had to take to return to the Radiant Saint Hall. No matter where the Lord of the Snowfall Peak went, he would definitely pass by this place as soon as he returned. Jianchen waited for 3 days. 3 days later, in a bustling city closest to the Radiant Saint Hall, the Lord of the Snowfall Peak, Zhou Yuan, appeared on the teleportation formation in his white robes. He walked out of the teleportation formation excitedly, and without any hesitation, he immediately rose into the air with Radiant Saint Hall. He hurried towards the headquarters of the Radiant Saint Hall. This trip has been worth it. It really has been worth it. It really hasn't been for nothing. Although I've basically spent all my savings over the years, it's all worth it now that I've bought that item. With that item, my battle prowess is no weaker than those with a mid-7-colored soul core. Although my cultivation is the weakest among the 9 of us, as long as I use that item, my battle prowess will probably be enough to make it into the top 3. The Lord of the Snowfall Peak was extremely excited. He had indeed benefited greatly from this trip. It was enough for him to stand out in the competition between the chosen saint and become a rather famous figure. Everyone would know about him. This was a great honor to the Lord of the Snowfall Peak. Glory to him was the beginning of a beautiful future. The Lord of the Snowfall Peak left the city very soon. He flew high in the sky with Radiant Saint Hall. There were no teleportation formations for him to use for the rest of the journey, so he could only fly slowly. However, just as the Peak Master of the Snowfall Peak was flying over a barren mountain, a black figure suddenly soared into the sky from below, directly blocking his path. "Sir, who are you? Why have you blocked my path?" The Lord of the Snowfall Peak came to a halt. He frowned impatiently. He was in a hurry to return to the Radiant Saint Hall right now so that he could make his final preparations for the competition between the chosen saint. He did not want to waste any time when every second mattered. "Zhou Yuan, have you forgotten me so quickly?" The person who had stopped Zhou Yuan was Jianchen, who had changed his appearance and disguised himself as a burly man. He stared at Zhou Yuan and sneered. His gaze became extremely sharp at that moment. The Lord of the Snowfall Peak was filled with doubt because he did not recognize the black-robed man before him at all. However, when he saw the man's sharp gaze, his heart actually skipped a beat. He felt fearful, and he actually became rather afraid to meet the man's gaze. "This gaze seems rather familiar," thought the Lord of the Snowfall Peak. the peak master of the Snowfall Peak thought, but very soon, his body violently trembled. He immediately stared at the black-clothed man in disbelief. His heart churned as he cried out, "Why, you're—" At this moment, he finally understood who the familiar gaze came from. It was the gaze from Han Xian's second disciple, Chong Yang, after he defeated him. Chong Yang clearly only had a one-colored soul core, yet he had now transformed into a fighter who gave off the presence of a divine king and was surrounded by the laws of strength. The Lord of the Snowfall Peak became covered in cold sweat when he saw this. He was shocked. He deeply understood what it meant to be both a fighter and a radiant saint master. However, before the Lord of the Snowfall Peak could think too much about it, Jianshan struck out decisively. He directly sent a palm strike towards Zhou Yuan's head. Not only did the palm strike contain the power of the 13th layer of the chaotic body, but it was also amplified by the laws of strength. As a result, even without using the laws of the sword, his palm strike possessed some might at the primordial realm. It caused the air to explode as space trembled. The Lord of the Snowfall Peak's face changed drastically. He was unable to dodge the palm strike at all, nor was he able to react in time. All he could do was watch as Jianshan's hand rapidly approached him. Bang! Jianshan's hand landed on the Lord of the Snowfall Peak's head without any hesitation. Not only did the terrifying power directly blow up the Lord of the Snowfall Peak's head with the amplification of the laws of strength, but even his body was reduced to mush. Chapter 23:51. After killing the Lord of the Snowfall Peak, Jianshan did not stay for long. He turned around and left. He did not touch anything on Zhou Yuan, as he was afraid of leaving behind any traces. Afterwards, Jianshan removed his disguise in a secret place and returned to his identity as Radiant Saint Master Chong Yang. He avoided the External Affairs Hall and returned to the Soaring Clouds Peak with an extremely low profile. The news of the Lord of the Snowfall Peak's death reached the Radiant Saint Hall very soon. Soon after Jianshan returned to the Soaring Clouds Peak, 3 elders left the Radiant Saint Hall aggressively with a few violet-robed guards. They arrived where the Lord of the Snowfall Peak had died very soon. Looking at the corpse that had basically been reduced to a pile of mush, the faces of the 3 elders from the Sacred Hall who had mobilized so many people sank. They were extremely ugly. Zhou Yuan had died on the path back to the Radiant Saint Hall. It was not far from the headquarters of the Radiant Saint Hall, yet someone was bold enough to kill the Lord of a Peak here. In the eyes of the 3 elders, this was a blatant slap to the face of the Radiant Saint Hall. Investigate. We have to get to the bottom of this. We can't spare Zhou Yuan's murderer. How dare he kill the Lord of a Peak outside our Radiant Saint Hall? This person is looking down on our Radiant Saint Hall. Immediately go back and invite guest Elder Mu Tian over. Get him to turn back time. I want to know everything that happened here. The 3 elders were furious. They did not care about Zhou Yuan's life or death. What they cared about was the dignity of the Radiant Saint Hall. A mighty Peak Lord had actually been killed mercilessly on the path back to the Radiant Saint Hall. If they did not get to the bottom of this matter and apprehend the murderer, the Radiant Saint Hall's dignity would be damaged. Very soon, a gray-robed old man arrived under the lead of a few violet-robed guards. He was Mu Tian. He was not a Radiant Saint Master but a fighter. He had just reached Infinite Prime and was a guest elder of the Radiant Saint Hall. He possessed the same status as the elders. As soon as Mu Tian arrived, he immediately used a secret technique to turn back time, projecting everything that had happened in the past. Very soon, the details of how the Peak Master of the Snowfall Peak had been killed by Jianshan were clearly displayed. However, whether it was the 3 hall elders or guest elder Mu Tian, they all narrowed their eyes slightly when they saw him obliterate the Peak Master's soul with a single palm strike. This person is very powerful. His battle prowess is probably half a foot into the primordial realm. Even I find it extremely difficult to reverse time, Mu Tian said emotionlessly. From the looks of it, this black-clothed man once had a grudge with Zhou Yuan. The death of the peak master of the Snowfall Peak should be considered a vendetta. It doesn't matter why Zhou Yuan died. He's still a lord of a peak after all. Our sacred hall will definitely investigate the death of a peak lord, record this person's face, and immediately put him on the wanted list. The 3 temple elders spoke one after another, decisively ordering the arrest of the black-clothed man. Very soon, the wanted list was issued by the temple elders. They began to search for Zhou Yuan's murderer across the entire desolate plain. At the same time, the investigation of the black-clothed man began as well. The Radiant Saint Hall was a peak organization on the desolate plain after all. The more powerful an organization was, the more they cared about their dignity. The death of a peak master on the path back to the Radiant Saint Hall had basically crossed the bottom line of the Radiant Saint Hall. The Radiant Saint Hall would never just drop the matter. At the same time, the white-robed Yan Shui sat on the bed with her eyes closed in the sacred hall of the Radiant Saint Hall. There were less than 3 days until the competition between the chosen saint and the Radiant Saint Hall began. She needed to adjust herself to her peak condition so that she could compete for the position that she yearned for so much. At this moment, the door opened and a graceful woman walked in. Even though she was middle-aged, she was still charming. Her skin was extremely white, and she possessed a mature sense of beauty. Yan Shui greets master. Donglin Yan Shui immediately got off the bed and bowed politely when she saw the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman was Donglin Yan Shui's master in the Radiant Saint Hall. She was also an elder of the Radiant Saint Hall. Her name was Mu Shui. Mu Shui nodded. She looked at Donglin Yan Shui gently and said, "Yan Shui, I've come this time to tell you something. Out of the 9 retainers you chose before, the Lord of the Snowfall Peak, Zhou Yuan, has already died. The 9 retainers are missing, and a new one will be decided soon." The Lord of the Snowfall Peak is dead? A strange light immediately flashed through Donglin Yan Shui's eyes when she heard that. That's right. He's dead, and he died on the path back to the Radiant Saint Hall. The person who killed him sure is bold enough to kill him outside the Radiant Saint Hall, said Mu Shui. Master, do you know who killed Zhou Yuan? The Lord of the Snowfall Peak is one of my retainers after all. Now that he's been killed, I can't just stand by and watch, Donglin Yan Shui asked. We already know the appearance of the murderer. It's in this memory crystal. However, you're too weak right now, so you can't avenge Zhou Yuan. This is because the murderer is very powerful. According to our estimations, probably only an elder of the Radiant Saint Hall can deal with him. Adjust your condition properly in the next 2 days. I'll deal with the new retainer for you. Mu Shui placed down the memory crystal before turning around to leave. Master, why don't you let me make the decision for the remaining spot? Donglin Yan Shui immediately said. Mu Shui paused. She glanced back at Donglin Yan Shui and sighed gently. You still want to fight for a spot for that low-level disciple of the Soaring Clouds Peak? It's a pity that he's too weak. Master, I owe Chongyang a huge favor. Please help a group of disciples this time, and let me return the favor. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty and my thoughts won't be clear. It'll probably affect my future cultivation, Donglin Yan Shui begged bitterly. Mu Shui sighed gently. A sliver of helplessness appeared on her face. All right, I'll do as you say. I'll try my best to persuade the other elders for you, but I can't do anything about it in the end. Master. Jianshan also sat in his dwelling on the Soaring Clouds Peak. The light in his eyes flickered constantly as he sank into his thoughts. Although the Lord of the Snowfall Peak's death has opened up a spot among the 9 retainers, Donglin Yan Shui has also said that she's not completely confident. As a result, I can't place all my hopes on Donglin Yan Shui. Chapter 23:52. On the 2nd floor of the Anata Tower, Xian Ming currently sat on the ground and cultivated diligently. A layer of dense and sacred radiant saint force enveloped him as the laws of the hallowed revolved around him. he was working hard towards the soul tree of a hallowed Saint Master. This was because all the peak hallowed Saint Masters of the Divine King of the Radiant Saint Hall were threatened by an extremely powerful great demon. As a result, Xian Ming dared not leave this place unless he broke through. He dared not go to the outside world at all. His freedom would be restricted for the rest of his life. As a result, only by breaking through and condensing a soul tree, becoming an existence equivalent to the primordial realm among fighters, could he regain his freedom. Xian Ming. At this moment, the illusionary figure condensed from a sliver of Jianqin's soul appeared before Xian Ming silently. At this moment, he was forced to interrupt Xian Ming's cultivation. He called out gently, rousing Xian Ming from his cultivation. "Brother Jianqin, haha, long time no see. Oh right, how's the situation in the outside world recently? Have you shaken off the Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance's pursuit? You've gone to the desolate plain?" Xian Ming ended his cultivation and asked a few questions right from the start. In particular, when he mentioned the desolate plain, his eyes were filled with undisguised eagerness. "I'm already on the desolate plain," said Jianqin. Xian Ming immediately roused with interest when he heard that. He said excitedly, "Really? You're already on the desolate plain? That's great, that's really great. Oh right, brother Jianqin, where are you on the desolate plain right now? Can you? Xian Ming hesitated. Jianqin smiled. "Xian Ming, just say what you want to say." Xian Ming hesitated for a while before making up his mind. He clasped his fist at Jianqin and said, "Brother Jianqin, can you pay a visit to the Radiant Saint Hall and tell my father that I'm still alive? After all, I've left the barren state for far too long. In all these years, in order to prevent the great demon from divining anything, I've completely cut off all contact with my father. Right now, I don't even know if my father is doing well. Of course. However, your father is one of the 8 vice leaders of the Radiant Saint Hall. He's great, so it probably won't be that easy for me to see him," Jianqin agreed without any hesitation. Xian Ming's actions were exactly what he wanted. "That's easy." Xian Ming bit his finger and poured a droplet of blood into a jade bottle. Afterwards, he passed it to Jianqin and said, "Hallowed Saint Masters who have reached my father's level of cultivation can sense their bloodline strongly. Jianqin, take this jade bottle and open it near the Radiant Saint Hall. As long as my father is in the Radiant Saint Hall, he'll definitely sense it." Jianqin stowed away the jade bottle with Xian Ming's blood. After a moment of thought, he said, "Just this isn't enough. If your father misunderstands and thinks that I've obtained this droplet of blood through some unscrupulous means, I'll be in trouble. Then I'll write a letter to my father and tell him that you, Jianqin, are my best friend." Xian Ming immediately took out a jade slip from his space ring and began inscribing information in it with the senses of his soul. "Hold on. I've changed my name on the barren plain, so please don't use my name as Jianqin. Just use Chongyang. Also, don't mention anything about me to your father. You can't even tell him about the existence of this tower. You must have sensed it as well. This tower can obscure the heavenly secrets, so it must be of great quality. If your father learns about it, he might try to lay his hands on me," Jianqin warned sternly. He could not be careless about this matter. Xian Ming thought that Jianqin was worried about the Azure Prince King's pursuit, so he swore, "Brother Jianqin, don't worry. The Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance will never take a single step onto the barren plain." Although he said that, Xian Ming still followed Jianqin's request. He passed the jade slip with his information to Jianqin, taking the initiative for Jianqin to check. After all, he was currently hiding under Jianqin's roof, so he naturally had to listen to Jianqin. He was afraid that if he made Jianqin unhappy, Jianqin would not go to the Radiant Saint Hall to report his safety. Jianqin carefully checked the contents of the jade slip. After confirming that there were no problems, he left the second floor with the jade slip containing Xian Ming's blood and the jade slip containing his information. He arrived on the 9th floor. Jianchen changed the jade bottle with the droplet of blood on the 9th floor, replacing it with a jade bottle of a higher grade and better quality. No matter how much time has passed in the jade bottle, the blood will still look like it's fresh. As a result, even if Xian Ming's father sees the blood, he won't be able to tell when it was left behind, Jianchen thought. After making all the preparations and confirming that he had not missed anything, the sliver of Jianchen's soul left the Anata Tower. Jianchen sat in his dwelling on the soaring clouds peak of the radiant Saint Hall. He stared at the jade bottle in his hand and hesitated slightly before opening it. At the same time, two middle-aged men sat across from each other in a resplendent hall within the sacred hall that stood above the clouds. Xian Zhan, who do you favor in the competition for the position of chosen saint this time? One of the middle-aged men leisurely tasted the aged wine as he spoke in an unconcerned manner. His figure was rather thin and weak, but his face that was filled with resoluteness carried the dignity of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. He was just like an emperor, giving others the feeling that he was imposing without being angry. The middle-aged man was one of the 8 vice leaders of the Radiant Saint Hall, Ming He Mo He. The middle-aged man called Xian Zhan seemed extraordinarily burly. Just his body seemed to possess terrifying power. His chiseled face gave off a sense of coldness, making people shiver. His gaze was extremely sharp as well, such that no one dared to look him in the eye. However, there was always a sliver of worry between his brows, as if he was worried about something that he could not let go of. Xian Zhan was also one of the 8 vice leaders of the Radiant Saint Hall. He possessed great authority in the Radiant Saint Hall, an existence only second to the leader. I'm not interested in that. Let's see who wins out of the 5 of them, Xian Zhan said emotionlessly. The worry between his brows never dispersed. Hearing this, he looked up at Xian Zhan and sighed softly. Are you worried about your precious son again? Xian Zhan remained silent. He stared at the sky outside in a daze. He sighed inside when he saw that. He had no idea how to comfort him. After all, Xian Ming was Xian Zhan's only son. Xian Zhan had always treated him like his own flesh and blood, doting on him. He had spent his entire life nurturing Xian Ming. If Xian Ming really did die, he had no idea how severe of a blow it would be to Xian Zhan. However, at this moment, Xian Zhan's body suddenly trembled violently. Resplendent light shone from his eyes in a single moment, and he leapt to his feet. He stared fixedly in a certain direction as he could not help but become excited. In the next moment, he took a step and vanished. He had left the sacred hall like he had teleported, appearing in the mountains below the sacred hall. Chapter 23:54. Jianchen sat in his dwelling on the soaring clouds peak. He stared at the opened jade bottle in his hand as he waited quietly. He knew that Xian Ming's father would be able to sense his son's bloodline. However, this sensation would only work within a certain range. Once the distance was too great, even an expert like Xian Ming's father would lose his ability to sense his son's bloodline. I hope Xian Ming's father hasn't left the Radiant Saint Hall, Jianchen prayed inside. Jianchen prayed inside. If he wanted to enter the Tower of Radiance successfully in his current situation, he really would need the assistance of Xian Ming's father. This was because every single retainer among the 5 candidates had the support of someone behind them. If Jianchen did not find a backer, how would he be able to compete against them? As a result, Jianchen had no choice but to find Xian Ming's father. However, at this moment, Jianchen suddenly sensed danger. In the next moment, his vision blurred, and a white-robed, burly, middle-aged man with a chiseled face silently appeared before him. The middle-aged man had arrived silently like a ghost. The simple formations that Jianchen had cast down outside the dwelling were completely useless. The middle-aged man was one of the 8 vice leaders of the Radiant Saint Hall, Xian Zhan. As soon as Xian Zhan arrived, he stared at the jade bottle in Jianchen's hand with his sharp eyes. He could not help but become excited on his cold, resolute face. Where did you obtain this droplet of blood? Xianzhan asked. His gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stared at Jianchen firmly. Jianchen immediately felt a piercing pain. Xianzhan's gaze was just too sharp. It actually made Jianchen feel pain all over. Jianchen immediately became respectful. He bowed toward Xianzhan and said, "Senior must be Xianming's father." A gleam of light flashed through Xianzhan's eyes when he heard that. He growled, "You actually know about Ming-er? Tell me, how's Ming-er right now?" "Don't worry, Senior. I have a message from Xianming," Jianchen said before taking out the jade slip Xianming had given him. Xianzhan was unable to contain his excitement when he heard that it was a message from Xianming. He snatched the jade slip from Jianchen eagerly and immediately checked the information inside. Ming-er is still alive. He's still alive. With that thought, Xianzhan read through all the contents of the jade slip. A smile that he had not seen for many years actually appeared on his cold, resolute face. At that moment, he seemed to have become much more relaxed. Indeed, after learning that Xianming was still alive, Xianzhan finally felt a huge weight lifted from his heart. He truly felt relieved. "Where is Ming-er right now? And when did you meet Ming-er?" Xianzhan's gaze towards Jianchen immediately became amiable. This was because Xianming had clearly pointed out that Chongyang was his friend and had helped him in the past. As a result, Xianzhan was naturally much friendlier towards someone who had helped his son and brought him news. "Xianming is in a very safe place. There's no need to worry about the great demon," he spoke of finding him there at all. "It's inconvenient for me to tell you the exact location. I met Xianming around a few years ago," Jianchen replied. Xianzhan became cautious. "I was careless. If that's the case, you can't tell me where Xianming is. That person is just too powerful. His comprehension of the ways has completely surpassed the Hall Masters. People at that level all possess heaven-defying abilities. Once you tell him, he might be able to find Ming-er's whereabouts directly." Xianzhan paused there. He stared at Jianchen in interest and said, "You're called Chongyang, right? Since you're acquainted with Ming-er and have helped him in the past, I'll repay this favor for him as his father. Chongyang, may I ask if you're willing to accept me as your master? Once you accept me as your master, I will nurture you without holding back until you reach mid-7-colored soul core," Xianzhan said directly. Xianzhan directly considered taking Jianchen as a disciple. If news of this spread, it would be enough to throw the entire Radiant Saint Hall into an uproar. Even the 5 candidates were taught by the elders in the Radiant Saint Hall. None of them had the right to accept a vice leader as their master. If they could become a vice leader's disciple, their status would immediately skyrocket even if they were an ordinary disciple with a weaker cultivation. They would become someone who stood above the 5 candidate. Their future would be limitless. Even the status of chosen saint was not as valuable as becoming a vice leader's disciple. This was because the chosen saint only changed once every 1,000 years. A chosen saint could only receive 1,000 years of nurturing, but there was no time limit for becoming a vice leader's disciple. Throughout the history of the Radiant Saint Hall, even chosen saints did not have the right to become a vice leader's disciple. They would only receive the guidance of the vice leaders or even the leader from time to time when they were chosen saints. After 1,000 years, they would still be who they were. It could be said that right now, Jianchen was presented with an opportunity that all hallowed saint masters would go crazy over. Even the 5 candidates could only wish for it. However, Jianchen was unmoved. He said apologetically, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Senior. However, I already have a master, so I'm unwilling to accept another." Xianzhan was surprised. He could not help but study Jianchen properly. He said, "Do you know what it means to become my disciple? Moreover, I, Xianzhan, still have no disciples. If you become my disciple, you will be my only disciple." Your status will only be greater than the disciples of the 7 vice leaders. I understand. As the saying goes, the master leads the way, but cultivation is up to the individual. Now that I've begun under the guidance of my master, I'll have to rely on myself for my future cultivation. Right now, my greatest wish is to enter the Tower of Radiance. It's said that that's where hallowed saint masters originated from, said Jianchen. Xianzhan glanced at Jianchen deeply and said, since you've already made up your mind, I won't force you. This is my medallion. If you need anything in the future, you can come to the Sacred Hall with this medallion to find me. Xianzhan left behind a medallion and vanished silently. He had left the soaring cloud's peak. Jianchen smiled as he looked at the white medallion that hovered before him. He knew that he had the right to fight for a spot in the Tower of Radiance with this medallion. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, the battle for the position of chosen saint had officially begun. Early in the morning, many peak masters left their peaks and flew towards the sacred temple that stood above the clouds. The competition for the position of chosen saint was held in the sacred hall. Only the peak lords and a small number of hallowed saint masters with backgrounds had the right to enter that place. As a result, only the peak lords had the right to witness the competition for the position of chosen saint. Jianchen stood outside his dwelling on the soaring cloud's peak as he gazed into the distance. With his vision, he could easily see through the clouds and see the situation 1,000,000 kilometers away. He could clearly see the various peak lords fly towards the sacred hall with radiance at a steady pace politely. Afterwards, a layer of light permeated Jianchen's surroundings. He condensed a pair of radiant wings and flew towards the sacred hall as well. Stop! Who are you? The sacred hall is not a place where you can set foot in. Before Jianchen had even reached the sacred hall, he was stopped by a group of violet-robed guards when he had only approached a certain distance. The group of violet-robed guards glared at Jianchen. Jianchen said nothing. With a flip of his hand, he took out Xianzhan's medallion. The vice leader's medallion, the faces of the violet-robed guards all changed when they saw the medallion in Jianchen's hand. They all cried out as their gazes towards Jianchen underwent an overwhelming change. May I ask if I have the right to enter the sacred hall now? Jianchen asked leisurely as he held the medallion. Chapter 23:55. Jianchen stowed the medallion away and continued forwards. Finally, he set foot in the sacred hall that stood above the clouds. When he arrived, many hallowed saint masters had already gathered on the square of the sacred hall. Most of these hallowed saint masters were the divine King of Light, Lords of Peaks. Only a few people like Jianchen, who had not even condensed a 7-colored soul core and had come here with special identities. Even though there was a sea of people, it was extraordinarily quiet. No one made a ruckus. There was not even a whisper of discussion. All the hallowed saint masters felt a sense of longing towards the sacred hall. Senior brother, why are you here as well? Strange, how did you get up here? At this moment, Baiyu had arrived by Jianchen's side at some unknown time. Her large, pretty eyes widened as she asked in surprise through a communication technique. Baiyu had already become the disciple of an elder, so her identity was special. Naturally, she had the right to enter the sacred hall. I naturally have my methods. Jianchen smiled mysteriously and replied through a communication technique as well. Why are you being so mysterious? Senior brother, tell me, how did you get up here? Didn't the guards outside stop you? Baiyu became more and more curious as she pestered Jianchen to ask him. The time has come. I announce that the competition for the position of chosen saint has officially begun. At this moment, a great voice rang out. An old elder stood on a huge ring in the center of the square as he spoke with his ancient voice. This is Elder Muzhong. I heard from my master that Elder Muzhong is the most senior elder in our sacred hall. He is the most prestigious person among all the elders, and his status is only second to the 8 vice leaders. At this moment, Bai stopped asking questions and explained to Jianchen. At this moment, Elder Mu Zhong continued, in the past competitions for the position of chosen saint, the 8 retainers were only decided after the position of chosen saint was decided. However, after the discussion between the esteemed leader and the 8 vice-leaders, some changes have occurred. The 5 candidates will each choose 9 protectors as their temporary retainers. Once the position of chosen saint is decided, the person who obtains the position of chosen saint will retain the 9 retainers, while the remaining 4 will lose the right to have 9 protectors. However, due to the fact that Donglin Yen Shui is participating in the competition for the position of chosen saint, one of the 9 protectors is still missing. As a result, the spot will be chosen from the hallowed saint masters present. Next, the elders will nominate the protectors. The death of the Lord of the Snowfall Peak was just too close to the competition for the position of chosen saint. In such a short amount of time, it was already too late to decide on a protector. As a result, the final spot could only be chosen temporarily. With that, the huge square immediately fell silent once again. All the divine King of Light gathered there said nothing. However, from the burning desire and desire in many people's eyes, it was quite evident that they were filled with eagerness towards this spot. The Tower of Radiance was a holy land in the hearts of all radiant saint masters. It was irresistibly tempting to all the divine King of Light and even the elders. However, the Tower of Radiance only opened once in a very long time. Even when it opened, they did not have the right to enter. As a result, becoming a retainer of the chosen saint was a shortcut to entering the Tower of Radiance. They naturally looked forward to this spot. They all yearned for it. As soon as Elder Mu Zhong finished speaking, the eyes of the elders around him flickered with light. I suggest that the Lord of the Broken Blade Peak, Qing Qing, be the 9th protector of Donglin Yen Shui. At this moment, an elder finally made a suggestion. I suggest that the Lord of the Black Sun Peak, Lu Chong, take up the final spot. Why don't we get the Lord of the Verdant Peak, Yun Wantian, to be the 9th protector? A few elders all made suggestions. The people they recommended were all lords of peaks, and most of them had mid-7 colored soul cores. Following that, many of the elders of the Sacred Hall began a war of words over who would be the final candidate. All of them were doing their best to fight for it. When Mu Shui, Donglin Yen Shui's master, heard these people's suggestions, she became rather troubled. All of the people they recommended were radiant saint kings. If she really followed her disciple's request at a time like this and let a disciple with a lower cultivation become the 9th protector, it would become a joke. After hesitating slightly, Mu Shui said, "Everyone, why don't we let Donglin Yen Shui make the decision for the final spot?" Even the respected elder Mu Zhong could not bear to watch on as the elders argued. He immediately agreed with Mu Shui. "Yeah, let's listen to Donglin Yen Shui's opinion. It's a pity that teacher Han Xian's wounds haven't healed, or the final spot would definitely be his." Bai Yu sighed gently as she listened to the debate between the elders. She said to Jianchen through a communication technique, "Senior brother, who do you think the final spot will go to?" Bai Yu continued to ask. Jianchen smiled mysteriously when he heard that. He said, "Is there even a need to ask? It'll definitely be your senior brother." "Tch, how is that possible? If you were the divine king of radiant light, you might have a chance, but your current cultivation is even lower than mine. It won't be your turn no matter what." Bai Yu glanced at Jianchen. Jianchen smiled faintly and did not explain. At this moment, Donglin Yenshui, one of the 5 candidates, stepped onto the stage as well. She had been below the ring before, so she could clearly see the elders arguing over the final spot. She could not help but secretly feel troubled. Many of the elders were interested in the final spot. They all wanted to take the spot and leave it for the person closest to them. If she suggested giving the spot to a disciple who only possessed a 1-colored soul core at a time like this, there was no need to even think about it. She would be collectively opposed by all the elders. Even if her master spoke up for her, she would not be able to change anything. This was because she had underestimated just how much the elders valued the spot. Donglin Yen Shui bowed towards the elders before hesitating slightly. In the end, she forced herself to say, "I hope the final spot can go to Junior Chang Yang of the Soaring Clouds Peak." Bai Yu immediately became stunned when she heard what Donglin Yen Shui had said. Her mouth hung agape as disbelief filled her face. On the other hand, many of the peak masters standing below had strange expressions on their faces. Chang Yang's name was well known among the mountains below the sacred hall. As a matter of fact, even many of the lords knew about him. On the other hand, the temple elders on the stage all looked puzzled. The Soaring Clouds Peak? Isn't the lord of the Soaring Clouds Peak Han Xian? Who's this Chang Yang? An elder asked in doubt. He had never heard of Chang Yang before. Afterwards, a peak lord immediately took the initiative to report everything he knew about Chang Yang to the elders through communication techniques without missing a single detail. I was wondering who this Chang Yang was. So he's actually a low-level disciple. Nonsense, this is nonsense. The protectors are all hallowed saint masters with 7 colored soul cores. What's a mere 1-colored soul core disciple doing here? The protector's mission is to protect the candidates participating in the trial. If a low-level disciple with a 1-colored soul core becomes a protector, who's going to be protecting who? Chapter 2356. Donglin Yenshua felt powerless as she listened to the voices of objection. With so many elders objecting, even if her master recommended Chang Yang, it would be hopeless under these circumstances. After all, Chang Yang's cultivation was just too weak. He only had a 1-colored soul core. It was impossible for him to gain the attention and support of a single elder with such a weak cultivation. If he became a protector with such a cultivation, would the candidate not have to protect him instead? Donglin Yen Shui sighed gently. She had already done her best. She had done everything she could, but the final outcome was not something she could change. When she thought about the pure soul Chang Yang had given her, Donglin Yen Shui could not help but feel deeply ashamed. She was rather ashamed to face Chang Yang. This was because she had never thought that something would happen to the chosen saint this time. In the past battles for the position of Son of Saint, the 9 retainers would be chosen by the Son of Saint himself after the Son of Saint was decided. This was because that was the right of the chosen saint. In this year's chosen saint battle, the 9 retainers had all been chosen by the temple elders and some other major powers. You're still thinking about Chang Yang? It's said that Chang Yang has been missing for a very long time already. No one knows if he's still alive. Even if he's still alive, he doesn't have the right to set foot in the Radiant Saint Hall even if he's still alive. Isn't it a huge joke for a low-level disciple who doesn't even have the right to set foot in the sacred hall to become one of the 9 retainers? At this moment, a voice rang out from below the ring. The white-robed Gongjing Xian currently stood below the ring and spoke without any scruples. Immediately, Jianshan's voice rang through the entire square, allowing all the hallowed saint masters gathered there to hear him clearly. During the past 2 years, Jianshan had always been in seclusion. He was certain that Chang Yang was dead after he heard that someone from his clan had gone to deal with him. This was because he refused to believe that Chang Yang could escape from the experts sent by his clan with a mere 1-colored soul core. He had only emerged yesterday, so he did not receive the news that Chang Yang had returned to the Radiant Saint Hall. Chang Yang actually doesn't even have the right to set foot in the sacred hall. It looks like he's also a low-level disciple with no background. Not only is his cultivation low, but he also has no background. He's just dreaming if he wants to become one of the 9 retainers of the chosen saint with those conditions. Donglin Yen Shui has actually chosen Chang Yang to become the 9th protector. This is rather intriguing. Jianshan's words immediately led to a discussion among the lords of the various peaks in the surroundings. Many divine king of the Radiant Saint Hall whispered to one another secretly. Jianshan frowned slightly. He was much more powerful than all the divine king of the Radiant Saint Hall present, and his senses had become extremely shocking after his soul had mutated. As a result, many of the messages from the divine king of the Radiant Saint Hall were unable to escape his senses. He heard them clearly. A cold light flashed through Jianshan's eyes. He did not continue to hide it. He called out from the crowd, "Who said I don't have the right to set foot in the sacred hall?" Jianshan had called out directly, so he immediately attracted the gazes of everyone present. At that moment, it was not just the surrounding divine king of the Radiant Saint Hall. Even the elders on the stage looked towards Jianshan. Donglin Yen Shui naturally discovered Jianshan as well. A sliver of surprise immediately flashed through her eyes. Clearly, she had no idea why Jianshan had appeared in the sacred hall. According to her understanding of Jianshan, Jianshan did not have the right to be here. "Chongyang, it's actually you." Jianshan released the senses of his soul without any hesitation. When he discovered Jianshan, he became stunned. The person he believed to be dead was actually still standing there alive. He was extremely surprised by this outcome. However, Jianshan growled with a sunken face, "Chongyang, why have you appeared in the sacred hall? You don't have the right to be here." Afterwards, Jianshan did not wait for Jianshan's reply. He immediately said to the elders on the stage, "Master, elders, Chongyang has snuck into the sacred hall. He has broken the rules of the Radiant Saint Hall. Please investigate this matter." Donglin Yen Shui's face changed slightly when she heard that. She secretly worried for Jianshan inside. Not just anyone could enter the sacred hall. Even peak lords could not set foot in there without important matters. If Chongyang had really snuck in, it would be a great crime. "We're in trouble. We're in big trouble now. Senior brother, what do we do now?" Bai Yu grabbed Jianshan's arm from beside Jianshan as she became worried. She also believed that her senior brother had snuck in because according to her understanding of him, he did not have the right to set foot in the sacred hall. Many of the elders on the stage became stern as well. They all stared at Jianshan with piercing gazes as an invisible pressure gradually radiated from the stage. "You're Chongyang? Chongyang, tell us the truth. How did you sneak into the sacred hall? If you can't give us a reason, you'll be in big trouble," Elder Mu Zhong said extremely sternly. Jianshan remained calm. He clasped his fist towards the stage first before saying, "Disciple Chongyang of the soaring clouds peak greets the elders." "Elder Mu Zhong, that's a little too serious. I only have a one-colored soul core. How am I supposed to infiltrate the heavily guarded sacred hall? I'll probably be captured by the enforcers before I even get close to the sacred hall. Since I'm able to make it here, I've done so openly. Did any of you allow Chongyang to set foot in the sacred hall?" Elder Mu Zhong looked at the other elders on the stage. At the same time, he sent the senses of his soul into the sacred hall to ask the other elders. The sacred hall was an inviolable existence in the hearts of all Radiant Saint Masters. They could not allow any blasphemy. If a low-level disciple really did set foot in the sacred hall without permission, it would definitely be a huge crime that could not be forgiven easily. The other elders all shook their heads when they heard Elder Mu Zhong's question. "Master, please help Chongyang. I owe him a very great favor." Donglin Yen Shui also realized the severity of the matter, so she hurriedly asked Mu Shui secretly. Mu Shui shook her head gently and said sternly, "Chongyang's actions are blasphemy against the sacred hall. He's acting too recklessly. I will never help him." Very soon, Elder Mu Zhong received a reply from the other elders. None of them had allowed Chongyang to set foot in the sacred hall. At that moment, Elder Mu Zhong's gaze sharpened. Chapter 2357. With that, two violet-robed guards immediately flew towards Jianshan emotionlessly. On the stage, Donglin Yen Shui sighed gently. She looked at the violet-robed guards that approached Jianshan and felt powerless. Although she was one of the 5 candidates and possessed a certain level of status in the Radiant Saint Hall, she really was unable to help Jianshan at a time like this. It's over, it's over. Second senior brother, what do we do? Beside Jianchen, Baiyu was filled with worry. She was extremely worried about Jianchen's fate. As the disciple of an elder, she knew all the rules of the Radiant Saint Hall extremely well. She understood just how sacred the sacred hall was. Trespassing without permission was definitely a great crime, and the consequences would be extremely severe. Humph. Chongyang, even if you don't die outside, I definitely won't let you have an easy time in the future. And who knows what the people in the clan are doing? Didn't they say they've already sent experts to kill Chongyang? Why is he still alive? Jianshan sneered in the crowd as a cold light flashed through his eyes. This disciple called Chongyang is in big trouble now. A mere disciple with a one-colored soul core dares to trespass into the sacred hall. He's blaspheming the sacred hall. Let alone him, even the Lord of the Soaring Clouds Peak probably won't be able to avoid punishment. This is a lesson for us. We have to watch over our disciples strictly after we return, just in case disaster befalls us in the future and we get dragged down by our disciples. At the same time, all the radiant God Kings gathered there whispered to one another secretly as they discussed the matter. At this moment, the two violet-robed guards had already arrived before Jianshan. A thick chain had appeared in their hands. The chain was forged from a special metal, and it was engraved with layers of formations. Once bound by the chain, not only would it seal up the person's cultivation, but it would also become extremely heavy, making it difficult for the person to move. Only people who had committed great crimes in the Radiant Saint Hall could receive such punishment. Hold on. Just when the two guards were about to bind Jianshan with the chain, Jianshan suddenly called out. He stared at Elder Mu Zhong calmly and said loudly, Elder Mu Zhong, may I ask why you've determined that I've trespassed on the sacred hall and want to arrest me? You've trespassed on the sacred hall without the permission of any elders. It's a great crime, Elder Mu Zhong said. In other words, I need the permission of an elder to enter the sacred hall. Even my medallion doesn't have the right to let me in? Or in other words, the authority granted by my medallion isn't as great as the authority granted by the elders? Jianshan said loudly. Afterwards, with a flip of his hand, he took out the medallion Xianzhan had given him and raised it high above his head. When Elder Mu Zhong saw the medallion that represented the vice leader in Jianshan's hand, his old body immediately trembled. His eyes suddenly narrowed as he became shocked. That's the vice leader's medallion, it's vice leader Xianzhan. How is this possible? Why does he have vice leader Xianzhan's medallion? What's his relationship with vice leader Xianzhan? He's a Radiant Saint Master with a one-colored soul core, and he's completely unknown. Why does he have vice leader Xianzhan's medallion? Not only was Elder Mu Zhong shocked the moment he saw the medallion in Jianshan's hand, but even the expressions of the other elders changed. They were filled with disbelief. As for the divine king below the stage, they stopped discussing secretly at that moment. They all stared at the medallion that represented the vice leader in Jianshan's hand. Their expressions changed rapidly. Donglin Yanshue's eyes were filled with a strange light as well. She stared at the medallion in Jianshan's hand without blinking at all. A smear of blankness appeared on her alluring face as well as some doubt and confusion. She was filled with many questions the moment she saw the medallion. Since Chongyang possessed the vice leader's medallion, he definitely had quite a deep relationship with the vice leader. If he wanted to enter the Tower of Radiance, he could have just told the vice leader. Although the conditions for entering the Tower of Radiance were very harsh, it was only a matter of a single sentence for the vice leader to make an exception for a disciple with his authority. However, why did Chongyang offer up an extremely precious pure soul and go through so much trouble to become her ninth retainer so that he could enter the Tower of Radiance? Suddenly, Donglin Yanshui discovered that she seemed to have completely lost track of Chongyang's intentions. Yanshui, do you still not understand? Chongyang wants to become your ninth retainer because he wants to get close to you on purpose. Yanshui's master, Mu Shui, seemed to have seen through everything. She said to Donglin Yen Shui secretly. Donglin Yen Shui carefully thought back to how she had met Chang Yang. She did not miss out on a single detail. In the end, she shook her head gently. No, master. Chang Yang shouldn't be someone like that. I won't say too much about that. You're naturally intelligent, so you can judge for yourself, said Mu Shui. Afterwards, she paused and continued, however, since Chang Yang possesses Vice Leader Xianzhan's medallion, it means that Vice Leader Xianzhan is supporting him. As a result, his status in the Radiant Saint Hall is no weaker than yours. It might even surpass yours. Out of the 8 Vice Leaders, Vice Leader Xianzhan is the most powerful. The other 7 Vice Leaders all have to show some respect to Vice Leader Xianzhan. As a result, if Vice Leader Xianzhan is supporting Chang Yang, there's basically no one who would dare to provoke him in the Radiant Saint Hall. Mu Shui explained to Donglin Yen Shui. Her intentions were rather thought-provoking. Donglin Yen Shui remained silent. She looked at Jianchen, who stood in the crowd, with mixed feelings. At that moment, she could not help but doubt Jianchen's true intentions. Was he really trying to get close to her like her master had said? After all, she was the prodigy of the Radiant Saint Hall. There were countless people who pursued her, so she had already become accustomed to it. However, was Chang Yang one of them? Jianchen's face immediately became extremely ugly in the crowd, while Bai Yu, who stood beside Jianchen, was stunned and excited. On the stage, Elder Mu Zhong glanced at Jianchen deeply. With his strength, he could naturally tell with a single glance that Jianchen's medallion was real. The 2 violet-robed guards backed off obediently after Jianchen showed them the Vice Leader's medallion. This was because the elders did not have the right to judge the people with the Vice Leader's medallion, so Elder Mu Zhong's orders naturally did not apply. Since you possess the Vice Leader's medallion, you obviously have the right to enter the Sacred Hall, Elder Mu Zhong said to Chang Yang. Afterwards, he looked around and continued, let's move on to the final protector. Elder Mu Zhong paused there. After careful consideration by Old Man, the final protector will be chosen by the Broken Blade Peak. Just when Elder Mu Zhong was about to announce the final protector, his voice came to a halt. Soon after, an extremely rare expression of respect was revealed on his elderly face, while extreme astonishment quickly surfaced in his elderly eyes.